Nobel guy.
The My Nobel Prize. So, Walter, you probably know a lot about the Nobel Peace Prize.
Not a lot, but I will tell you this. You can't just sublet a prize. You can't, for example, if I gave you my Oxford diploma, it wouldn't make you any smarter.
I love how you work that in.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you go to Oxford? Walter, did you go to Oxford?
Wow.
Yeah, I did. And you didn't. And it makes a difference. Let me tell you, it makes a difference. But I'm going to tell you, when people give physical objects to the president, it's not what you think. This is the only way they have to communicate privately. Remember when Trump and Putin handed off a soccer ball?
Yes.
And people have wondered what was in the soccer ball. Because the NSA and rogue CIA agents, they surveil everything he says and does. So the only way to pass secret messages is through objects. So I'm betting that behind that Nobel Peace Prize plaque is a thumb drive. And the thumb drive has on it the location of Maduro's secret blue diamonds. And a source tells me that what it says is, there is an arepas cart in downtown Caracas, and in the warmer, under the arepas, are the diamond stashes of the elite, commanders of Venezuela. I think that this is the only way they have to communicate anymore. We're not seeing the real story.
Do you think that could it be in the drive? All of the information on how Venezuela rigged the elections.
Could be.
Yeah, I dreamt
The
that.
true results of the 2020 election are inside that medal.
Yes.
No, that's the Maduro plea bargain. That's how Maduro's getting out.
Really?
Gonna spill the beans.
Oh, and that'd be amazing.
About how he cooked it for Joe.
Yeah. And it was just the beginning. All the elections. All the elections.
And maybe
except
it's
the
not a
ones
hard
we
drive.
won.
Maybe it's not a hard drive. Maybe it's secret microfiche.
Yes.
Take that to Oxford.
By the way, what's the big deal? I hate their shirts.
Oxford shirt?
Welcome to the next generation of warfare, psychological warfare. In modern conflict, the mind is a potent weapon. Discover General Michael T. Flynn's groundbreaking guide, The Citizen's Guide to Fifth Generation Warfare. Unlock tactics, strategies, and the mindset to navigate this cognitive battlefield that we all find ourselves in. Equip yourself against manipulation and emerge unscathed. Unleash your potential. Order now.
How's it going, Alpha Warrior family? This is the AlphaWarrior Show. I am your host, Alpha. Just doing some adjustments right there real quick. It is January 22nd, 2026. This show is live. In case anybody's wondering, right now we are showing on Facebook, YouTube, 2 channels over there on X, formerly Twitter, and Rumble. So if you guys can all do me a solid as this show kicks off and we get into some of our sponsors, smash the thumb, hit the heart, and please share. It is going to be a long show. We got a lot of ground to cover since we didn't have Just Alpha on Monday. So I hope everybody's buckled up and ready for that. Any other news and stuff like that, I can address it as we go through the show. It's going to be a good one. Hold the line. Hold the mother effing line. Insurrection Act. Is it coming or not? You guys kind of know my thoughts if you guys been following my social media. Clinton's on deck. The Shills are getting exposed again. Trump declares war on Davos. Major RICO cases are incoming and so much more. So I hope you guys stick around towards the end. We're going to finish this episode with some just legit cool stuff. Some very important information, and then a solid video I think you guys are going to enjoy on the way out. So for those of you that go the distance tonight, you're going to love it. Also, and I see some smart Alex in the chat. Alpha, you changed your shirt. Yes. Okay. Because CanCon was giving me grief because I had the same shirt from this morning. It's the same day. Anyways, but yeah, I wanted to take a shower, wake myself up. I got me some hot chocolate, got me some water. I'm ready to go the distance tonight, you guys, and I hope you guys are too. So share it out. I see some new people in the chats over on Rumble, so welcome our new viewers. Make them feel at home. And, Utah 101. It says, I found Alpha from Barry Cunningham. Absolutely love freaking Barry. And hopefully I can modify my schedule to jump on there this coming week. I couldn't make it this week. For those of you guys don't know about Barry Cunningham, make sure you're following him on Rumble and all the different platforms. So with that, let's get to some sponsors. And when we come back, we're going to hit the ground running.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back in stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings, regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queen $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
Science proves that a healthy immune system is the body's first defense against the smallest of ailments to the most catastrophic. Coriolus versicolor is the most sought-after, all-natural supplement for both humans and pets to help boost the immune system. There are over 400 studies worldwide on its effectiveness in humans, including Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, MD Anderson Cancer Center, and now from the University of Pennsylvania School of Veterinary Medicine. Together, we can help reverse this terrible tide now plaguing your loved ones and give them the immune-boosting supplements that they need.
All right, folks, let's get episode 514 kicking. Let me line myself up where I always like to be. Let's get a banner scrolling across the bottom of the screen so we can pay some bills while we're doing this. We'll start off with some good brew. You guys know I love me some good brew. And it's not just any hot chocolate. This is Mexican hot chocolate tonight, folks. This is what we call abuelas, right? The little yellow box takes its time to make it up on the stovetop. But this is some legit hot chocolate tonight. So excited about that. So you saw the opening video, and there was some humor in that, but we know some of the best comedy is because it includes truth. And let me zoom in on this so you guys can see it a little bit better. You know how we do it. And shout out to Rubber Duck. Just a phenomenal Anon out there just putting in work. And obviously you can see we pulled this from his page. But you have here the 5, I believe that's who it was. And they were talking about things that, not too long ago were considered massive conspiracy theories. As a matter of fact, some of those topics would have got your social media suspended. You would have gone thrown in Twitter jail, Instagram jail, Facebook jail, right? But yet here we are. And when we get to the point where mainstream starts to start picking up these conversations and putting them before audiences of the millions of viewers, a good portion of those viewers, after they see these things and hear these things a couple of times, oh, it's the Gut Feel Show. Thank you for that, Keith. But once people start to hear this, they're going to be like, I remember seeing something like that on plug in whatever social media platform. Let me go search that, see if I can find it. This is how we get into the acceleration process of truth. And if any of you have read the book that I put out on Substack, What is the Plan? This is one of those things that I cover in there. And I would definitely invite, people to go read it. It's free. If you're unfamiliar with my Substack, AlphaWarrior.substack.com. If you guys want to share it in the different platforms, I would appreciate it. But this was a big deal. And I wanted to start the show off here because I wanted to show that progress is being made. You guys know, I'm not the black pillar guy. That's not me. I'll address things that are concerns. I'm not going to avoid topics we don't like, but I'm also going to provide different perspectives. And I'm also going to make sure that before the show ends, that you guys feel good about things. You guys know at the heart of what I'm pushing right now in this information war is to get everybody to understand that morale is a weapon and the deep state is trying to create despair. And at a time where we're winning massively. We're going to cover some of those wins tonight. There's some cool stuff. If you're new to Just Alpha, we start the first, quarter of the show covering general news, get our brains warmed up and all that. But what we're going to start off with this first video coming up next. This is from Chase, trying to lock him down. He said he'll come on the show, so to let you guys know, he said he'll come on. I just got to work out a date and time with his assistant. And in this video, he says, your brain's not broken. It's just misused. And the guy puts out phenomenal information. But I wanted to start us off with this so we can recognize one of the things going up in this brain housing group of ours. And shout out over there from Idaho, to all my Alpha Warriors, the Midwest, the North, the Northeast, I think even the Northwest. You guys are getting a massive cold front coming through. Be safe out there, you guys. Don't be doing anything heroic. And prayers out to you guys and anybody who's got to travel through their family out there. Say a prayer for these people, folks. But anyways, with Chase on this, your brain's not broken. It's not. We've been subjected to propaganda, misinformation, disinformation. It's been perfected for some of us since the moment of birth. And so this is a quick clip just to kind of get us to recognize what's going on as we process the rest of this show. And I do want to share something with you guys. I got an email from a lady, and she says, how do you decide what stuff you're going to show us and in the order of how you're going to do these things? And it's not a complicated process, but it is a tedious process. For instance, immediately following this show tonight, I'll do a work on a little bit of edits before I call it a night to go to sleep, but I'm already bookmarking stuff until the next Just AlphaWarrior Show. I create a bookmark folder. Next one will be JA37, and I just start plugging everything I come across that I'm like, this is good, this is good, this is something I can expand upon, this is something that, you know, supports what we've already talked about, or this is something that I can introduce my audience into what is coming down the pipeline. And then that folder gets huge, right? And then I got to go through there and I got to triage, you know, what I can't put out because it's just it's too much information. So then I'll put some of that stuff out on posts, you know, however it may be. I'll try to cover it on other podcasts that I go on to try to get as much coverage I can. But eventually I get it down to the recipe of all those tabs that you see up on the screen above me. And then from there, it's like creating a song. Then it's putting this stuff in order of themes, and themes to where, you know, we're not all over the place, even though sometimes it happens because it's conversation, it's a live show. But I put it in themes that kind of set the stage. It's like to me, when I look up there and I see all those tabs, it's a song. It's a song of information that I've created for you guys, and I've tried to create it in a story format that helps support retention. Because I love the fact that we're approaching 1,000 viewers on Rumble. I love the fact that we're approaching 1,000 live viewers on the other channel when it's super late on a Thursday night. I love that. Absolutely. But what's more important than that is that you guys are able not to just hear the information, not just listen to it, not just retain it, but that I do my job and deliver it in a way that you understand it so well that you can share it. That's the whole point of getting this information out there. Is I'm just a hub where you guys come to collect it, understand it, vet it if it needs to be vetted, and then share it. That's how we win. So that's kind of how the show gets put together. A little inside information for you guys. I hope you guys appreciate it. And now let's take a look at why our brains are not broken.
Here's the number one goal that I want you to set for the new year. My old behaviors feel awkward. My old excuses sound stupid. And my old routines feel foreign. That's how you know it's working, if those three come true. If you think motivation is the problem, this is dopamine depletion, overstimulation, or you're lacking visible or monitored progress. So the thing that you need to do here is shrink the task until completion is absolutely guaranteed. You introduce these little measurable wins, and you remove all novelty drains from your life, except for the ones that you create yourself. I'm talking about like doom scrolling and stuff like that. If discipline collapses the moment you have some kind of stress, this is likely serotonin instability, poor sleep. The fix here is just behavioral routines at fixed times and eliminate choices during any high stress period. If you're the type who avoids hard stuff, this is norepinephrine. Threat sensitivity, learned helplessness. You need short, controlled exposure to discomfort if this is you. So this could be super cold water, like taking a cold shower in the morning. If you're the type that starts strong and fades out, the likely causes of this is novelty-driven dopamine. And what you're lacking is ritual. And I just want you to maybe write this down if it's necessary for you. Behavior will change chemistry faster than any thought in your life ever will.
So with that, just understand, and this guy, talk about his understanding of psychological operations, manipulation, all the stuff that we're subjected to on social media, television, movies, you name it. Study that stuff, folks. That's kind of the stuff that's going to help us. The worst thing we can do is think that we know everything. The worst thing that we think we can do is think that we're so far ahead of what's going on that we can't be tricked. The second we do that, we just walked ourselves into a rut on a trail that's just going to end bad for us. So it's understanding that no matter how advanced we get, how much knowledge we develop, we are battling the most evil, demonic, sophisticated entity that's out there, and with the advancements of technology. So we have to be on our A game, and we constantly have to be revetting our positions of how we got to where we're at. And trust me, this is something I do routinely. Am I talking about something because this is something that happened to come across the course of my research and investigations? Or is this something that a seed was planted And are there things that I can look back hindsight that I can see were pushing me this way? Now, that doesn't, just because something, just because I recognize or you recognize that we're being kind of pushed down a certain route doesn't necessarily mean it's the bad guys doing it. The good guys do this too. However, we got to recognize when it's not organic, because then it's our job to figure out what's the motive. Because we can figure out the motive, we can figure out if we're helping the good guys or if we're helping the bad guys. We don't want to be useful idiots, right? There's a lot of useful idiots out there. Sometimes you'll see them in the chat. They get their feelings hurt, right? We all gotta agree all the time. Listen, if that's your mentality, this ain't the podcast for you. All right, go find another podcast where they're gonna nurture you and hold you and tell you no matter what, everything's gonna be okay. This isn't the place. If you're here right now watching this podcast, is because you have the courage to face what's real. We'll celebrate the wins, we'll acknowledge the difficulties, and we'll push past them. But this is not the podcast where you're going to get coddled. And I want to make sure everybody understands that. And everything that does happen on this podcast is going to happen because we're trench fighters, every single one of us. So let's keep going. Let's get on to the next one. We're going to kick off with some Bongino stuff, because it kind of gets into this conversation of where we're at. This is how the liberal media coordinates their attacks with deep staters. The New York Times is eager to destroy the reforms put in place at the FBI and return it to a weaponized ways. To accomplish this, they coordinate with disgruntled Comey Ray era deep state staters who were terminated, who left because they wanted to be political enforcers, not law enforcement agents. They do this out in the open because they know the liberal black pillar symbiote will provide their air cover for them. Here's a simple question. If nothing changed, then why are the enemies of the Trump administration worried about the changes? The answer is obvious, and he's quote posting this. James Davidson, requests for current and former FBI agents and FBI employees to complete a short survey by the New York Times. You can do it anonymously. FBI Integrity Project is calling for the FBI personnel who currently work at the Bureau or who left this year to complete a short New York Times survey. And this is where Bongino delivers a solid point. If they think that nothing's happening and that the FBI is useless, and trust me, I have a lot of friends that carry that opinion, and they're wrong. Friends or not, they're wrong. And I've outlined the stats. We might cover some of that stuff tonight. It's going to be a long show. I'm not going to try to bog us down too much on one topic, but you'll get to, there's a part where Tom Homan is, and we're going to, actually, it's not too far away, and we'll get into some numbers, but just understand that I know some of the stuff that I do in my shows, you're just like, well, Alpha pushes that a lot, like morale is a weapon, and deep state trying to use despair. And why is that? Well, that is part of psychological warfare. Repetition is not something I'm trying to hide from you guys. I've said it before lots of times. I got to say it a lot, so it sticks for me and sticks for you. We got to recognize these things, folks. And the reason I'm pushing it harder now is because if my assessments and analysis are correct, as we start getting into some really great things in 2026, things are also going to get very confusing. And it's going to get really hard to distinguish foe from friend. And the people that get tricked are going to end up hurting our movement, not because they're bad or nefarious, but because they got tricked. And so it's my job to make sure that myself and you guys are armed with the proper discernment that each one of us has, so that doesn't happen. That's why I keep pushing that so hard, and I hope you guys understand. So let's carry on. Justin Beazle puts, this number was 7 million less than 3 days ago, and 6 million something before the new year. Black pillars are not as strong as they want you to think. And so what's the point being made here? You have heard, and this applies to President Trump as well, you've heard, oh, Bongino's a failure. He's a turncoat, didn't accomplish anything, and he's losing supporters. Doesn't look like it. And these same things that they say about President Trump. And I believe I have a poll that I ran for you guys, and I'm going to have those numbers for you. But these are the black pillars. This is what, when you hear people see this or say these things or post these things, That is them doing digital despair. This is them trying to subvert the movement by destroying our morale, hurting the morale. And whether Justin realizes or not, he's putting factual information out there to counter that. Hey, look, they're telling you that he doesn't have support, and he hasn't even done his next podcast yet, which is coming in February. And he's already got another 300,000 plus. And so let's keep pushing on. And here's the poll I was talking about. And, let me make this a little bit bigger. I think that size would be good for you guys. So I ran this poll on January 16th. It was a poll that I had up for, I believe, 2 days. I don't do 1 day polls. I do 2 day polls because I actually want people that disagree with me to try to get these numbers to reflect what they want. And I have people in some of these private chat groups with people that hate me, hate MAGA, and they'll tell people, hey, put these polls in your threads. We got to smash on Trump and these guys. And it's not once have they ever been able to do it. And why is it? Because they're lying. Because this small number of votes, a little under 1,500 votes, but it's still a reflection of, a larger demographic, at least with social media. So the question I posed here is, where's your level of support right now for President Trump? Option 1 was the same, no change. Option 2, support him more. Option 3, decrease, but I still support him. And then the fourth option, no longer support. And as you can see in the first two, you have a little over 92%. 92% of almost 1,500 people. Support them the same or support them more. And then you have just under 5% that said, I don't support them as much, but I still, but I do still support them. So if you include that number, we're looking at somewhere around 97%, a little over 97% of 1,500 people. And then you have 2.5%, which is probably those groups that I was telling you guys about, that said no longer support. And then there might be some legitimate people that are in there as well, because there's some people that have fell victim to a lot of the propaganda. But again, when they tell you guys that MAGA's divided, we're going to get smoked, we're cooked for the midterms, that Trump's done, they don't support him, screenshot this, send it to them. All my content is free. You guys understand that. So share it at will. Put this in your arsenal. But this right here, right over there, that's called proof. It's irrefutable proof that not 97% still support him. So I think I hammered that point. Let's keep pushing. This was from the last time we did a Just Alpha. I covered this, but one of you awesome Anons, worker bees, sent me something. I was like, that's pretty cool. I want to make sure I cover this. And so Truman Kimbrough says that post is 11/5. 11/5 is one of the dates Dot sets in his car. And I was like, no way. And flux capacitor glowing with the historical date and view. That is hilarious. But there it is. November 5th, 1955. And if you're wondering, well, what's that relevant? If you missed the last show, and we go over here to the boards, 88 from the 88 miles per hour, that was on the Back to the Future vehicle, and this delta is November 5th. And so, and I didn't pick up on that was one of the dates in the Back to the Future car, and there it is. They complement each other. I just think that's absolutely fascinating. I thought that was super cool. Let's see, Bear 1381 chat says, Alpha, I'm not even getting your posts in my feed lately. There's some weird stuff going on with the algorithms. What I would tell you guys is on social media, whatever platform you're watching, they got a notification thing. It's usually a bell. If you go click that bell, it's supposed to populate, any post that I do is supposed to populate in your feed. So everybody you click the notification bell on, it's supposed to do that in the feed. Although I know some people that have done it and they still say every now and then that, they don't get that stuff. So one of the other things you can do is you can create a list. This is one of the things that I do for accounts that I want to keep tabs on because they're bad people. I'll have this list. So I know when I want to find these people directly, I click on that list, all their accounts will populate, and I can go through and see what kind of propaganda or messaging that they're trying to put out there. But you can do that for accounts that you like and different things like that as well. So hopefully that helps. Let's keep firing through. Bull Pony, you guys saw I had him on about 3 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. And this post is from January 13th. And it says New Year's Eve on the Julian calendar, just so you guys understand the reference to January 13th. And silver hits 88. Tomorrow begins the future. Now, if you guys saw the show that I did with him, he called it. He literally said that it looks like if the numbers and the sequence and everything works out, that on New Year's Eve of the Julian calendar, right, that silver would hit 88. And I was just like, man, you got to give the dude his flowers. I mean, it's a big call, right? And he did. And I wanted to share that with you guys. So we'll probably be bringing Bo back to the middle of February, if not a little bit sooner. Then we get into crypto rover puts. Trump maybe will wipe out their 35 trillion national debt with a small crypto check. Let's take a listen to this. Only a few seconds. I want you to hear it with his mouth.
They think it's good. Who knows? Maybe we'll pay off our $35 trillion, hand them a little crypto check, right? We'll hand them a little Bitcoin and wipe out our $35 trillion. But how do you...
I see you guys saying silver's at $99 right now. Damn. Will it break $100 while we're on the show? We will see. We broke 1,000 on Rumble and we broke 1,000 on the other platforms. We're over 1,200 on the other platform. So again, thank you guys for the support. But if it breaks 100 tonight, somebody put in the chat, and then we'll go from there. So pay off the national debt with Bitcoin. Does Trump know something that a lot of us suspects coming and a lot of people doubt? I'll tell you, man, Trump doesn't say things that are going to blow up in his face later. He is the master of following through with the stuff he says. In one capacity, if he says something's going to get done, it may not get done the way he said, but it gets done. And a lot of times I think it's because that's how he orchestrated it. He knows he's weaponized reverse psychology. He's weaponized 5th generation warfare. He has psyoped the hell out of the deep state. So whenever he says something and says, hey, this is what we're probably going to do, something in the realm of that area of operation happens. So when he's saying, Bitcoin to secure the national debt, is he talking Bitcoin? Is he talking a combination of Bitcoin, tariffs? We'll see. But I thought it was important enough to share with you guys. Then we have this one. Breaking Vice President J.D. Vance just defeated the anti-war powers vote in the Senate on Venezuela, casting the tie-breaking vote 5150, which is funny because in law enforcement, 5150 is one of the codes for crazy. The resolution has officially failed. Thank you. You can always rely on Vice President Vance. Trump wins again. Now, again, I think after Trump does his military land strikes on Mexico, it's targeting the cartels, just so people don't get it twisted. I think that's when they're going to revisit this, and I think they will have the votes then to pass it, and then of course the House will have to review it, and then it'll go to Trump's desk, and everybody thinks that Trump's going to veto it, and I don't think he is, folks. I don't think he's going to veto it. I think that he's actually going to sign it into law. I think he wants them to think that he's going to veto it, so this way they can all, because remember, midterms are coming up, right? And this is one of the things that they can talk about. Yeah, we tried to get it so where Congress can be the only ones to declare war, and it's going to be going to Trump's desk, and Trump will probably veto it, but we're trying, so it's meant to make Trump look bad. Well, wouldn't it kind of be the complete rug pull to calling Trump a tyrant if he signs a bill that takes powers away from him, especially the power to do military strikes? So just keep that one out there, and we'll revisit this one in a few weeks after Trump does military strikes in Mexico. Now, with that, we'll see if I don't adjust my position on those military strikes with Mexico, and that kind of involves Mexico was talking a whole lot of trash, but they did something significant, and I have that lined up for either tonight or tomorrow, and you guys will get a kick out of that. So let's keep going. This one I found pretty interesting. So do I have this video? Yeah, let me play this video. It's about 30 seconds. Listen to what Trump's got to say here, but I want you to pay attention to the sign. And any of you that are prior service, especially prior service Marines, pay attention to the sign. Then I'm going to show you guys something. I found this very peculiar.
President Donald J. Trump Boulevard now stands as a permanent reminder for courage, leadership, and unapologetic patriotism.
I love the people of Florida. I love the entire Palm Beach area. I've been here for a long time, and I want to thank you all for being here. I'll remember this amazing gesture for the rest of my life. We're going to have 3 more great years, but hopefully we're going to have many, many decades of greatness in this country. So we have it off to the right start. Thank you all very much. What an honor. Thank you.
Definitely what an honor. But why it caught my attention is, let me show you guys something. So I posted, doesn't this look like a Marine Corps base military sign? I just, and let me click on these so you guys can see them a little bit bigger. This one's Camp Lejeune, but you know, I was in Camp Pendleton. That's why I'm referencing Camp Pendleton. Here's another one from Miramar, out there in San Diego. And Camp Pendleton. Now, listen, are they throwing us a hint? You know, again, that the sign that they did from the honor one is in Florida, right there, legislator of Florida, where they're pulling the boulevard. But I don't know, folks. I feel like they're giving us a little hat tip on that, and it just screams military to me. So is Mar-a-Lago is that, you know, headquarters 2.0? I mean, that is where they ran the Venezuela strikes out of, you know. So where exactly is Trump Boulevard? I don't know. One of you guys will have to show me on a map, but nonetheless, I find that very interesting. Next one we got, I respond, the communist and globalist actors on X who have been masquerading as MAGA, America First, are seething right now. They know their fate is inevitable. Nothing can stop what is coming. And I was referencing this post right here where Elon Musk puts Bravo. And what's he talking about? Just in, Poland's right-wing President Karol Nawrocki just vetoed a bill that would implement the European Union Censorship Digital Services Act. The state is supposed to guarantee freedom, not restricted. We need more countries like Poland. And all these black pillars, because I'm going to go at them hard here moving forward in 2026. If you guys have seen them pissed off with me in 2025 and before, they are going to be gnashing teeth with what we're going to be bringing to them in 2026, folks. But they kept telling you that Trump's going to use things like Palantir. He's going to use things like the Genesis Project. He's going to use all these different things that they scream, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. He's going to collaborate with other countries to do the surveillance state. And it never happens. As a matter of fact, what are we seeing? We're seeing the stuff in the opposite direction. And here's a solid one where that influence from President Trump is guaranteeing that kind of freedom out in Poland. So let's just chalk that one up for another win. And then, of course, the panicins, the White House. Don't be a panikin. And folks, when you see these people on X that are panicking, just have a smirk, have a smile like President Trump. And if you've been a panikin, if you find yourself that you've been doing it, then snap out of it. You need to watch where you're spending time. This goes back to Chase Hughes. Your brain's not broken, folks. The manipulation war, the psychological warfare, the cognitive warfare that's going on right now is the best. It's the most perfected version of it that has ever existed in humanity. And so don't be hard on yourself. Just recognize it, snap out of it, and get back in the fight. That's where I want you to be, and that's where I need you to be. So yeah, am I gonna bust your britches a little bit? Yeah. Because sometimes we need that. Sometimes we need to get our feelings hurt to get pissed off, because in that anger, being pissed off, we also don't lie to ourselves. And that's where we all need to be. And I know you guys are tough. Then we move to the White House. Pinned into law, President Donald Trump signs the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act, ensuring millions of children have access to high-quality milk in schools. Make America healthy again. I mean, come on. You just got to be happy about this. What RFK is doing with Maha is absolutely fantastic. There'll be a lot of this on the next Just Alpha, but we're going to tease a little bit here. Eric Daughter reports just in, President Trump orders Kash Patel to fire traitorous and deep state FBI agents. These FBI agents are total scum in their own way, no better than the insurrectionists in Portland, Minnesota, LA, etc. Kash better get them out now. Radical left lunatics put in by the Autopin and Obama. If we click this image right here, Donald Trump, these FBI agents are total scum, and it's just exactly what I read to you. And of course, you got Jack Smith, who got his ass handed to him today. Oh my! The bookmarks I have for JA37 is just this guy Jack Smith right now. He has to be laying in bed tonight. I doubt the dude's asleep. You can't sleep after you just got the shit kicked out of you like he did today. And I got all the best clips for you guys on that. We might be doing a Just Alpha tomorrow. So stand by, no promises on that. At the end of the show tonight, I'll explain why. But anyways, he's tasked them. I expect that we're probably going to see some big name terminations along with some details and task force terminations. Hopefully, Special Agent Enrique Armenta out here in California that violated my rights will be one of those that gets their walking papers. But again, the same way Trump has given Bondi and Kash top cover at times, other times when he says, we need this, I want to see this, usually within less than 30 days, it's boom, 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 and it's coming. So we'll see. And this is one of the things that needs to happen so we can get into the arrest phase. So let's keep firing on. We're doing pretty good on time. Nick Sorter puts, breaking, U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi announced the DOJ executed a search warrant at a Washington Post reporter's home who was publishing classified information. The leaker was identified as a Pentagon contractor and is now behind bars. Pam Bondi posts, this past week, at the request of the Department of War, the Department of Justice and the FBI executed a search warrant at the home of a Washington Post journalist who was obtaining and reporting classified and illegally leaked information from a Pentagon contractor. The leaker is currently behind bars. I am proud to work alongside Secretary Hegseth on this effort. The Trump administration will not tolerate illegal leaks of classified information that, when reported, pose a grave risk to our nation's national security and the brave men and women who are serving our country. Now, couple of reasons I wanted to share this. A, because it's showing that they're operational. And I do think we have one more from Kash, and then I have Trump talking about it too. Yeah, I have. So let me play the next two clips, and then I'll tell you guys. I'll break it down here. The government contractor allegedly to have illegally retained and leaked classified sensitive military op information to a reporter has been arrested. Investigations ongoing, compromising the safety of our warfighters and America's national security will be met with the full weight of justice. He tags Bondi, he tags Secretary of War, and then let's hear Trump's words, and then I'm going to tell you guys why I definitely wanted to talk about this.
The leaker has been found and is in jail right now, and that's the leaker on Venezuela. And a very bad leaker. So there could be some others, and we'll let you know about that. We're out on their trail, but the leaker has been found, and the leaker's in jail, and will probably be in jail for a long time. Let's see what happens.
So one of the reasons that I wanted to share this, and I know there's a couple of the haters that get mad when I do the, I told you, but it is what it is. Who's been telling you guys for several months now that there were leak operations taking place within the FBI, within the DOJ, and within the Department of War? This guy. And it's not because I have insider information. It's nothing like that. It's just recognizing what operations look like from my experience. I ran operations. There's certain things that I see, and I recognize these things, and along with the other stuff. And there are information that comes in that helps, kind of guide and assist. But I recognize it, and that's why I want to point it out. So again, I can show you guys that here at the AlphaWarrior Show, we've been consistently accurate, and this is a big one. And the reason that this is also so important is why did I tell you that there's leak operations going on? Because they got to secure operational security. And why do they got to secure operational security? Because all the stuff that we are all demanding, the mass arrests, the big name arrests, you can't get there until you have complete OPSEC. And that's why I knew that there were these leak operations in play. And I told you guys, as you start to see attorneys fired, resigning, or charged, then you know that they're taking control of the judicial system. The alternative to that was, if we don't see a lot of judges and George Soros DAs being fired, but we do start to see the modification of using JAG, then that may be another course. And right now we're seeing both. We are seeing, Jack Smith, come on, there's a huge one being exposed, and we've seen judges arrested, and we're seeing people that are resigning, and we're seeing people that are being charged. And we're seeing, you just had 25 JAGs sent out to Minneapolis, Minnesota. That was a couple days ago. I don't think those JAG guys were just being sent to assist with immigration, folks. That's just, just throwing it out there. But let's keep going. Next, we got former U.S. Navy sailor sentenced to 200 months for spying for China. Let me read you this highlighted part right here. Wei betrayed the trust placed in him as a member of the U.S. Navy by knowingly transmitting sensitive military information to a Chinese intelligence officer, said Assistant Director Roman, we'll call him Roman Rowe, because I ain't saying that last name, of the FBI's Counterintelligence and Espionage Division. While not everything the FBI does to protect the homeland from China's intelligence services can be made public, this sentencing demonstrates the FBI's unwavering commitment to protect sensitive national defense information. It also serves as a reminder for those who choose to put personal gain above their oath and safety of our nation will be brought to justice. Now, before I continue reading, let's kind of unpack that first little paragraph there. I've hammered on this on several podcasts. You've all seen it. You've all witnessed it. All these clowns, these operatives, and these assets, right? The same people that will blackpill you about everything Trump does, everything this administration does, and then in the same breath tell you, well, China's not bad. China's not even a threat to the U.S. Really? Then why are they trying to use spies in our military? That's about as critical as a threat as you can get, espionage. And that's unfolding. Two is that this is the FBI's Counterintelligence and Espionage Division. These cases don't end here, folks. These cases turn into massive investigations. So this tells me that there's a massive investigation that the Department of War is conducting against China's infiltration into our Department of War. This is securing OPSEC. And you want to have that OPSEC because you guys know my belief, and I've shared many reasons why. There is some form of a kinetic battle coming with China sometime late this year or early 2027. I'll adjust that window as need be, but right now that is the window that I perceive this happening based on everything that I've been doing my analysis assessment on, including information that's shared and different things like that. You get it. And so we got to make sure that China doesn't have any ear on what's going on. And this is proof right here. This is proof that they are trying to secure that OPSEC. Let's continue. He betrayed his oath, his shipmates, the United States Navy, and the American people. A level of disloyalty that strikes at the heart of our national security, and demanded this powerful sentence, said U.S. Attorney Adam Gordon. By sharing thousands of documents, operating manuals, and export-controlled and sensitive information with Chinese intelligence officer, Petty Officer Wei knowingly betrayed his fellow service members and the American people, said NCIS Director Omar Lopez. Today's outcome demonstrates the shared commitment of the NCIS, FBI, Department of Justice, and our intelligence partners to aggressively pursue and hold accountable those who put the lethality and readiness of our naval fleet, as well as our national security, at risk. NCIS remains steadfast in its mission to protect U.S. Navy and Marine Corps forces and warfighting capabilities by neutralizing counterintelligence threats ashore, afloat, and in cyberspace. So, again, when people say, nothing's happening, no one's getting arrested, the worker bees are most definitely getting arrested. Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon puts services no longer required. What's she talking about? This is pretty cool. Project 2025 expert. UCLA just fired me. Director of Race and Equity over a Blue Sky post about not being sad Charlie Kirk died, right? And so Corey puts this, breaking: UCLA just fired the Director of Race and Equity after he celebrated Charlie Kirk's death. And then here's some of the things that he had posted. Guess I'm evil then. It's okay to be happy when someone who hated you and called for your people's death dies, even if they are murdered. Yep, good riddance both. Why shouldn't he be dead? I mean, the dude is just a piece of trash. And it looked like cancel culture worked in reverse. So again, another win. This is destroying the morale of the other side of that coin that was trying to destroy our country. So remember, as they're trying to destroy our morale and create despair, this is the destruction of their morale and their despair. So I want to see more of that. Then you got this one, again, attacking their morale. And this one was widespread mainstream media. Senator Mark Kelly, one of the seditious six. This one's good, so I'm going to read the entire thing that he posted here. Pete Hegseth is coming after what I've earned through my 25 years of military service. In violation of my rights as an American, as a retired veteran, and as a United States Senator whose job is to hold him and this or any administration accountable. His unconstitutional crusade against me sends a chilling message to every retired member of the military. If you speak out and say something that the president or Secretary of Defense doesn't like, you'll be censored, threatened with demotion, or even prosecuted. Do they forget what they did to our military brass under Biden, COVID, and the jab? Apparently they did. Every service member knows military rank is earned, not given. That's not necessarily true. It's earned through the risk you take, the sacrifices you and your family make, and the leadership you display, and the respect you earn from superiors who recommend you for promotion. From the moment I drove through the gates of the Naval Air Station Pensacola, to when I was shot at over Iraq and Kuwait, to when I landed the Space Shuttle Endeavour on its last mission, I gave everything I had to this country. I earned my rank of Captain, United States Navy. Now Pete Hegseth wants our longest-serving military veterans to live with the constant threat that they could be deprived of their rank, pay, years, or even decades after they leave the military just because he or another Secretary of Defense doesn't like what they've said. That's not the way things work in the United States of America, and they won't stand for it. They sure as hell work like that from 2020 to 2024. You didn't have issues with it. In 1986, at just 22 years old, I took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. I have fulfilled that oath every day since, but I never expected that I would have to defend it against the Secretary of Defense or the President. But I've never shielded my way away from a fight for our country, and I won't shy away from this one, because our freedom of speech, the separation of powers, and due process are not just words on a page. They are bedrock principles of our democracy that has lasted 250 years and will last 250 more as long as patriotic Americans are willing to stand up for our rights. So today I filed a lawsuit against the Secretary of Defense because there are a few things as important as standing up for the rights of the very Americans who fought to defend our freedoms. And so then I commented, interesting choice of word, crusade. You're a clown. You should be arrested and court-martialed. You committed treason, Senator Mark Kelly. And if you're wondering why I kind of highlighted the word crusade, is because they want to bring attention to certain tattoos that Pete Hegseth say for other shadow wars and stuff that are unfolding. But again, this guy told the military not to follow the orders of the president. Sedition. And they warned him, stop doing it. You keep FA and FO, and there's more charges we can bring against him. If this dude doesn't settle down, you probably see a court-martial. They deducted his rank, they took his pay, and they attacked his retirement, but he's still free, and I don't think he should be free. So that's the update with Senator Mark Kelly. Let's bring it here to the White House press secretary. The best is yet to come. Pretty damn self-explanatory on this one. Came in at 11:60 my time, so that's 12:16, 1:16, 2:16 on the East Coast. This was on January 12th. And when we search out the best is yet to come, it brings us to this well-known, beautiful post. We are Q. Panic in DC. The best is yet to come. And then if we want to just take a gander at the timestamp, Keyhole, happy hunting, Q. I didn't see any reference to it or context, but if you do, let me know down in the comment section. I'll definitely look into it. So I want to share it with you guys. Then we move on to this one. And I got something interesting to share with you guys on Hold the Line. That hot chocolate is so good. So good. I'm gonna splash it too. U.S. Department of Labor will never stop fighting for the American way of life. America first, Americans first. Hold the line. Obviously, that's a movie clip from the movie The Patriot. Tonight's title, if you see it on Rumble, shows Hold the Line, Insurrection Act, Shills, Clinton arrest, Davos roar, Rico'S incoming, episode 514. If you're watching on YouTube, that's what the title is. If you're watching on one of the X channels, that's what the title is. But if you're watching on Facebook, that's not the title. Facebook kept rejecting my show tonight. And it said there was an issue with the title. So I said, maybe did I tap in a character there or something that shouldn't be there? Went through, typed it over. There was no issue. So then I was like, I go, maybe they don't like me putting Clinton arrest. So I removed Clinton arrest. Still rejected it. I put Clinton arrest back in. I go, maybe he doesn't like me saying Davos war. Let me change that one. Still rejected it. So I kept reverting it back to its original. And so I was just like, hold the line? I removed hold the line. Boom. Facebook accepted it. So I don't know what's in the algorithm over there at Fakebook. I see someone put false book. Shout out Raveland. But it did not want me using hold the line in the title. I found that very interesting. Yeah, I'll share the live shows over there at Facebook. I don't think I do any posting over there. So if you guys have had issues with things like that, I'm curious. And if some of you guys want to run some tests with hold the line, let me know. Sarah Patron says, America, love it or leave it. Oh yeah, I agree with that completely. But when we go to hold the line, and again, the timestamp here would be 6:32 or 18:32 for East Coast time. But if we go and we look up just hold the line, it says one post found containing hold the line. It's dated September 14th. It's 47:14 for those of you that want to see it yourself. Let me zoom in, make it a little easier to see. It says, hold the line, riders. Justice is coming. So again, pretty, solid stare Mel Gibson has in his eyes right there. That was a conflict scene in the movie for those of you that haven't seen it. And hold the line. Also a famous line from Braveheart. And then on the post itself, justice is coming. If we go to 6:32 for the timestamp, it's a January 27th date. So this is something that's coming in 5 days. So I didn't see a whole lot of context at the time it was posted. However, these are things that I would like for us to keep our ears up for this coming week. So January 27th, 2018, HK allowed his passport to clear customs with the clowns in America and Department of Defense putting a national security hold. World War. How does he clear customs? How does he end up in Russia? Coincidence? Who was the first agency he worked for? Who taught him the game? Who assigned him with foreign ops? Why is this relevant? Future unlocks past. Watch the news. Spiderweb. Stop taking the sleeping pill. So again, let's keep tabs on this over the next couple days and see how that plays out. If we want to go a little bit, and let's go into the, hold on, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Where's the part that set me up that I wanted to read for you guys? Who taught the game? Why is this relevant? Who assigned him with ops? Hold on, I have it backwards. Let me look at this one real quick. So let me switch spots. Put them in the order. Okay. So 1832 for the military time brings up WikiLeaks, Clinton emails. So much is open source, so much left to be connected. Why are the children in Haiti in high demand? Then we come down here. Reread drops regarding Haiti. At some point, it will not be safe for them to walk down the street. Pure evil. How many in Washington and those around the world in power worship the devil? Conspiracy, fake news, the world is watching. Now, I wanted to take this opportunity to kind of address this stuff. This is the article that I keep preaching about on Substack. Again, it's free if you join the show late. If you read this article, a lot of stuff that we've already covered in the first part of this show, you're going to see this addressed in a couple of scenarios in the first phases. You're also going to understand why, and you're going to understand, what's one of the questions a lot of people ask: why was this allowed to happen? Why was that allowed to happen? Well, when you understand what the plan is, that's going to make sense. When you look at everything we've kind of covered here in just the general news, because we're about to step into the themes of tonight, but the general news, these things they show up in different phases for those of you that have read the entire article, but they show up in what's already happened. So I'm telling you guys, not just because I wrote it, and I understand it's long, it's a little over 22,000 words, it's a little book, but read it. And if any of you guys have read it and you're in the chat, please, if you agree with me, if you don't agree with me, that's fine. But if you agree with me, the level of importance and information that's in there, share that with the people in the chat. Share that in the comment section. So if people want to come and read what your take was on it, they can. I've seen the comments you guys have left on the article itself. I've seen some of you have emailed me, and it's just everything I was hoping that you guys would get from it, you guys are getting from it, and even more. So again, shameless plug for an article that is free. Then we get into U.S. Department of Labor. Tomorrow marks 1 year since the most pro-worker president in history was inaugurated. Under President Trump, America's first leadership, our people are stronger, safer, and more prosperous than ever before, and our nation is second to none. Let's keep the momentum going. Second to none. 12:47 my time, which would be 3:47 or 15:47 on the East Coast. So here's if we go to the Delta of January 20th, this link pops up, and I think there was. Let me go on another screen real quick because I don't want to lose what I got here. Give me 1 second. Just want to make sure I give you accurate information before I open my mouth. Yes, there's 5 posts that pop up with January 20th. However, the January 20th shows up in the context of or the body of the posts. They're the only one that's an actual delta for its date is 3777, 3 and then 3 sevens. Kind of cool how that works out, right? The rest, like I said, it's in the body of it. So this is a single January 20th delta that stands alone. And this video here is pretty awesome. It's Eisenhower warns us of the military industrial complex. And I have this video saved to share with you guys. It's a little over 2 minutes. And I was just like, they're showing us this for a reason. And if we're accurate on the delta and this being the only like actual physical date delta, then they want us to see this. So let's take a listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Good evening, my fellow Americans. We now stand 10 years past the midpoint of a century that has witnessed 4 major wars among great nations. Until the latest of our world conflicts, the United States had no armaments industry. American makers of plowshares could, with time and as required, make swords as well. But we can no longer risk emergency improvisation of national defense. We have been compelled to create a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions. Added to this, 3.5 million men and women are directly engaged in the defense establishment. Now, this conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. The total influence, economic, political, even spiritual, is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. We recognize the imperative need for this development. Yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved. So is the very structure of our societies. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together.
I mean, it kind of speaks for itself. And one thing that happened in Davos is Trump is attacking the entire apparatus of the deep state, not just the military industrial complex, but its financial infrastructure, the banking, everything. And so I thought it was a pretty cool video. I do want to take this time real quick to run one of our Rumble ads so I can pay some bills. While I'm doing that, if you guys are enjoying the content so far, smash that thumb, hit the heart, leave a comment, help put this show onto the Rumble leaderboard. So let's fire off real quick, and let me go full screen with me so you guys can see the QR code. If you're watching on a different platform, you're not going to see the QR code on the screen because that QR code's only populating over there on Rumble. So you got to get over to Rumble and get that link from the live chat, or you can go in the description where it'll stay in the show, not just live, but even afterwards. Hey, Patriots, in a world flooded with big pharma lies, mega ministry gatekeeping, and Hollywood deception, Faith and Freedom TV is fighting back. We're amplifying real voices with uncensored news, powerful teachings, worship music, and truth-filled content 24/7, free from distortions. Subscribe to our Rumble channel at faithandfreedom.live. That's faith with an N like Nancy. Freedom.live. Catch Amanda Grace dropping prophetic fire. Danae Clement, Kim Clement's daughter. Oh, that's very cool. Sharing biblical revelations. Dr. Sherry Tenpenny. Oh, Dr. Sherry Tenpenny is awesome. We've had her on the show. Phenomenal human being. Exposing health truths. The Resistance Chicks, standing bold for freedom. And Rick from Blessed to Teach, bringing the daily inspiration. Subscribe right here, or subscribe right there on Rumble, hit notifications, and join the movement against elite silence. Go now to faithinfreedom.live, subscribe, and let's reclaim the truth together. Didn't recognize all those names, but there are some names in there definitely that I do recognize. And again, that will be in the live chat now. It'll be in the description later. So let's carry on with the show. Now, as we start bringing the news segment to a close to get into these themes, you got Brianna Morello puts just in Border Caesar. Tom Homan tells SAB says that the administration has found 129,000 missing migrant children that went missing under Biden's regime. I'm absolutely going to let us listen to this. Again, this is one of those ones, folks, clip it. And when those black pillars, when those deep state operatives come tell you, there's nothing happening. What's this administration doing? Nothing's changed. Play this for them.
500,000 children were smuggled in this country under Joe Biden. They lost track of 300,000, couldn't find them. As of this week, we have located over 129,000 of these kids that last administration wasn't even looking for.
And I did want to ask you about these children, Mr. Homan, because under the Biden administration, we did not have a clear number on how many missing children there were. And I think for the average American, they kind of forgot how horrific things were in the country over the last 4 years. Can you talk to us about what are the situations you're finding some of these children in?
Well, we're not going to let them forget about what they did. Again, right around half a million children were smuggled into the country, separated from their families, and put in hands of criminal cartels. So who knows what happened to some of these children during that journey? Because we know what happens to some of these kids. They get sexually assaulted, some die. But they release them to unvetted sponsors or not property vetted sponsors. So when we started looking at these children, They don't have a digital footprint that we can go search for them. So we had to count on the digital footprint of these sponsors who weren't vetted properly. Addresses weren't verified. So when we started this operation, a lot of the addresses were parking lots or a supermarket and a hotel where the children never were, right? Some of these sponsors had like up to 16 kids assigned to them. So HSI, ICE, along with FBI and HHS, we've been doing this since January. Like I said, we've already located 129,000 kids. The sad thing is, these are 129,000 kids that the last administration just wrote off. They weren't even looking for. And we're finding a lot of horror stories of some of these children living a life of hell, whether it's being sold into the sex trade or not going to school and being forced to work. Incredible amount of hours being abused. Some of the home settings we found were just atrocious.
Absolutely atrocious. What Holman and his operators have probably had to witness in some of these recoveries and locations is stuff that'll probably keep these guys up at night for quite some time when their jobs are done. The other thing that I'll say is I did see Alan, one of my OGs, said, please check the screen. The stream, it keeps freezing up frequently. It's showing all green on mine on all the platforms. So I don't know if you want to try to log on, log off, or maybe use Wi-Fi, Alan. But everything's showing green on my end. And I do know that sometimes if people use VPNs, that kind of affects it. So hope you figure it out, buddy, because you're here every show, and I appreciate that. Let's carry on. We have General Michael Flynn. Listen, please. Flashpoint Army. Lance Walnew calls on the intercessors to stay on watch. Listen to this. And I just finished saying everything's green and it should play, and it is not playing. Give me 1 second, folks. I am going to switch this. So, because I want you guys to hear this. So give me 1 second. I just got to do it through a different version. Audio won't be as great this way, but at least you guys will be able to hear it. So here we go.
The vice president that is in position right now, that's taken over, is the brains behind the drug cartel and the narco cartel. You intercessors out there need to know this.
That's a good point. Yeah,
the CIA is a compromised organization. They don't mind putting her up there because there's elements within our own corrupt intelligence community that don't want to be exposed for their involvement with this. It was Venezuela. The woman who was the vice president, now the president, is part owner of Smartmatic and Dominion Technology that subverted the elections in 72 countries, started in New Jersey and in Chicago, then LA, and then went after Trump in the United States. So therefore, you don't want to stop praying and start spiking the football about oil and wealth until you've seen the exposure of her. She's got to get pulled out, and they have to have free, fair elections. And what they've done with the narco-terrorist network, the well-funded Cuban alliance, by the way, all the software, the source code came from Cuba. The greatest intelligence threat we have in the Western Hemisphere isn't Russia. It's Russia-embedded Cuban assets, because those are the ones that are working in Washington right now. So we're going to continue to pray. She's got to go. Her brother's got to go. They are running the narco-terrorist trend. They are the brains. This is like the Sopranos family. And Trump's working with them because he's smarter than most people. He needs the stability of continuity, working with the criminals. But his next step is going to be Maduro's going to have to sing. They have his wife up there. What they're hoping is to let his wife get free. Maduro might be willing to tell the truth about what happened. And that's why his wife was arrested with him.
Now, one of the reasons, let me pull that off so I can adjust that, is you guys know my position. Oops, give me 1 second. I can pause that. Is Maduro's definitely singing. And I don't think Maduro was involuntarily extracted from Venezuela. I think when he got there, and I'm not going to rehash it, I've said it on other shows, I think they were keeping him in there. And this goes back to a post I did on November 29th where I said exactly how it was going to go down his extraction. That happened. And exactly, lonesome fugitive sing when? When does a bird sing? When they got a song to sing. Give me 1 second while I get this fixed, folks, to show you guys. Bring it back on and get myself reset up. Okay, let's keep going. CanCon, Tina Peters appeals clip. I would say definitely make sure you guys catch Why We Vote tomorrow or tonight, depending if you guys are already on the East Coast or Central Time. They're going to cover a lot more of this stuff. They've already covered a lot of Tina Peters clips. I did want to share this one. This one was one of my favorites. It was one of the ones that we showed on Daily a few mornings ago. But then I'm going to show you guys a post following this on because these court hearings were so successful. I think they are punishing and torturing Tina as a result, and I'll explain how. But this one I do have, and I do want you guys to listen to this. Pay attention to this one. It's about 3 minutes. Colorado is cooked, folks. There's no way for them to survive this. Take a listen.
Is it your position that a person can still be convicted of a crime with which they were never charged and with which the jury was never instructed, as long as the evidence is sufficient?
Yes, I think that is what the case law indicates, that if it's just, in this case, I'll just point out too that, I don't have the language of the statutes that you're citing in your hypothetical, but it was one word, might, and it was already...
Yeah, but that one word distinguishes it from a felony to a misdemeanor.
True. And this case made an extra sentence, 15 more months in the Department of Corrections that couldn't have been given had it been a misdemeanor conviction. It clearly affects a substantial right.
And I'll just say, I'm confused as to why the people are continuing to maintain that the proper remedy on this isn't to enter the conviction for the misdemeanor, because the indictment used the word might, and the jury was instructed on that, so that's what the verdict is. I am baffled as to the position that's being taken that we can somehow overlook that and still enter the felony because the evidence that was presented at trial would have supported the felony. Are you still maintaining that position in front of us here today?
Yes, that is our position.
What case law supports that argument?
I'm sorry?
What case law supports that argument?
I've cited it in my brief. I don't have it right in front of me, but the case...
It's the omitted elements yes, case correct. Law, right? Mm-hmm. But that's just where the element was omitted, and but the element that was omitted wasn't in dispute. Here, the jury was affirmatively misinstructed. It was instructed on the misdemeanor, and it found her guilty of that misdemeanor beyond a reasonable doubt. This isn't the omission of an element. This is a misinstructed jury. How can we correct that by saying, no, we'll just assume that because she could have also been convicted of the felony, we enter that even though we don't have a jury verdict? That's a...
I understand it's a difficult position for the people to be in. But
it's not a position you have to take.
But thank you. But I do believe that the omitted element language applies because, to me, I understand. I can hear from the way you're talking about it that it seems more egregious to add this extra word than it is to omit an element. But to me, omitting an element is a pretty big deal, and the fact that can be
except in those cases, at least the person was originally charged with the elemental language. Here, never on the table.
That is true, but if I can just add, and again, it seems that I will not be able to convince you, but I just want to put my argument out there, which is that there wasn't a confusion from the parties about what they were talking about because the correct statutory citation was used, so they were on notice of the statutory citation. The language was incorrect, but the statutory citation was correct.
Couldn't that also mean that the prosecution was on notice that they'd only charged? Since the language was correct, they'd only charged that language and not... both of them were on notice of something wrong.
Oh, yes. I guess what I'm saying, Your Honor, is just that there wasn't a notice problem because there was the statutory citation. And the parties treated it as though... I think it was an oversight. I think everybody believed that if they had charged and used the language for the... That's what the record bears out, in my estimation.
If you guys want a long form content of my position from my background in law enforcement on this, definitely go watch Badlands Daily from last Thursday morning on this. What I'll say right here is what you're hearing is essentially them telling her you're charging her or sentencing her on something she wasn't even charged with. And they're going into legal remedy of that. But anyways, this is just a small picture of multiple, video segments of just full blown complete disregard for Tina's constitutional rights or even the law itself. You hear the judge, and I've been in courtrooms where judges are pissed off. These are judges that are pissed off. This is just how they keep their composure. And that's why when he's telling her, like, the people don't have to have this position, but you are. What he's saying is, if you were to change your position, we would at least see that there's probably not some sinister intent here. But you're holding this position even when we're sitting here telling you that the law doesn't support what you're doing, and you're still doing it. It's like they're looking at somebody who used lawfare in tyranny against an American. And these judges look like they're almost like, this shit really happens. This wasn't conspiracy theories. This will shift the way these judges see things moving forward. But this was huge for Tina. This is huge for her attorney in her case. However, then we get this. For immediate release, Tina Peters assaulted. Last night, Tina Peters was assaulted at approximately 9 p.m. Mountain Time in La Vista Correctional Facility. Tina was inside a maintenance closet to fill up water unit when an inmate approached her in the closet and began striking her in anger. Tina raised her hands and pushed the inmate away. For Tina, the camera showed her pushing the inmate away from her out of the closet. She was subsequently handcuffed, shackled, and brought to solitary. Tina was told she is being charged with felony assault for defending herself against an unprovoked attack. She will be locked down completely for 24 to 72 hours and held in Idaho, the hole, for an unknown period of time. As far as Tina is aware, the inmate who assaulted her has not been charged, slept in their cell last night, and will face no consequences. This incident clearly is targeted attack against Peters. In all likelihood, it is being used as an opportunity to isolate and harass Tina Peters. Tina has been warning officials that something like this would happen eventually. She was advised to apply for the incentive pod. Tina has applied repeatedly and been denied despite nothing disqualifying her. Something is not right at LVCF. Tina has minor injuries but is not seriously injured as of this morning. Can you imagine a 70-year-old Tina Peters being charged another felony charge for defending herself? Please support Tina. Support her legal defense at tinapeters.us and continue to pray for her safety and swift release, official press release. Now, with that said, and I was trying to track the video that I saw, and I couldn't find it, but I'll find it, and I'll get out there in the next few days, of the internal surveillance video of this going down. And you see Tina, she's pulling this big thing. It almost looks like a food tray type of, like think of a cabinet on wheels. And she's pulling it into this closet, doing her own thing. As she's in the closet, there's a woman that walks by, and this woman comes back. She has like some type of like spray bottle or cleaning bottle in her arm, in her hand. And she and this big cabinet thing that Tina has pretty much covers almost the entire entry to the door. There's only, so much space there. And she comes along the side of it, and the door's open. So you can't see what the suspect's doing, but you can tell from her shoulder, she's doing something. According to Tina's words, that's when she's striking her. So whether she's striking her with her hand or she's striking her with something she's holding, she's striking Tina. You see Tina come out, and Tina has her, looks like the throat area somewhere, pushing her back. Doesn't hit her, doesn't do anything. Literally pushing her back, like she says. The lady goes on her own way. Some people come out, and Tina walks over there. There's nothing. There's no like yelling, or there's no audio, but from their facial expressions, it doesn't look like anybody's yelling. There's no further confrontations. And Tina's the one being charged with a felony. There's no felony conduct from what you see in that surveillance video at all. 2, you see that inmate go into Tina's workspace where she doesn't fit, and she's doing something. And so if it comes down to the suspect's word versus Tina's word, The only other, because the other inmates that are in there, none of them have a vantage point to what's going on. So the only two people that you can get a statement from is Tina and the other inmate. The only other information you have to support what's going on from either one of their statements is the surveillance video, which we've seen. And that surveillance video supports Tina's statement. But even if you want to say that her arm's in there and she's not doing anything to Tina, which would make zero sense, but let's just say we concede and stipulate to that being a fact. Tina coming and pushing the woman out by her throat and then letting her go when she's out of her area is not felony assault. This is absolute retaliation for what happened to the state of Colorado in that court hearing. That's what this is about. The reason they want to charge her with a felony is because they know that the federal government, they know Ed Martin, they know Pam Bondi, they are working on something, and they want it, because remember, it's what they can show on paper, what they can articulate. They want to show this is an inmate who is not showing that they are betting themselves, but they're becoming more aggressive. Now they're showing violence in nature, and this is why they got to keep her in the correctional facility that they have. This is what they're doing. They are trying to weaponize lawfare onto paper within the correctional facility to torture this woman because they got their asses kicked in the appeals court with those judges because they were doing illegal shit during that trial. That's what's going on. Anybody else trying to tell you different, they are full of shit. I'm telling you guys right now. So, and my apologies for not having that video. I thought I did have it, but I will look for it to get it onto the next show. So you guys, don't just have to take my word for it, but you can see it for yourselves. And then our last two segments, and we get into the theme. Most of you are probably aware, we were live on Q After Hours on Sunday night. Air Force One gets turned around, and they say that it's regarding some type of small electrical issue. Me and Josh kind of, hammered out our opinions on that. Mine hasn't changed. Although, what we missed on Q After Hours, I did bring it up on DEF CON. So if you guys seen DEF CON, you know what this part is when Trump got on the new plane to head over to Davos, I saw something that I thought was pretty cool. And what is that? It's this. President Donald J. Trump has boarded a C-32A with the 89th Airlift Wing at Joint Base Andrews, now going by the call sign Air Force One, and has once again departed from the United States for the 56th annual summit of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. The 89th Airlift Wing, 89, and 8 plus 9 is 17. And I just thought that was cool. I wanted to make sure that I shared that with you guys. And then we have this one, Department of War CTO. Our military just conducted the first ever kinetic drone swarm strike on American soil. Drone dominance is not optional. It is a mandate. U.S. military says it's conducted the first kinetic drone swarm on American soil during a recent exercise. The U.S. military and tech companies have demonstrated drone swarms before, but officials are touting this latest exercise as the first time they've attacked simulated targets armed with live ordnance. Now, I don't like the fact that this was done on American soil. I don't like it. Although I also understand that it's unavoidable. We don't like it because it's the term drone, right? It's unmanned. But we have just a few miles from me. You have Yuma, you have 29 Palms, and you even have some at Camp Pendleton that they have, I think it's called Box Canyon, if they haven't changed the name, where they go and they bomb old military vehicles and stuff like that. So that's on U.S. soil. So before the black, and that's why I wanted to share this, before the black pillars come out, and I've already seen some of them start to do it. Oh, this is it. They're preparing to kill Americans. That's why this is going on. Well, that is completely taken out of context and not understood. Because if that concept was correct, then that means they would have already been bombing us with the jets, because they've been doing that since I was a kid out here. So I wanted to bring this. Like I said, I don't like it because it's drones. It's new. It's uncomfortable. We're adjusting to it. However, military exercises on U.S. soil with live ammunition is that's not new. And so I just wanted to make sure that we covered that. So this is not something that people try to use to weaponize against your morale. But with that, now we get into some fun stuff with the Muslim Brotherhood in Iran and all that stuff that's been popping off. Sebastian Gorka, and one real quick, I don't know if you guys knew this. I didn't know this. Sebastian Gorka looks like a freaking giant. I don't know if you guys seen pictures of him next to, you know, regular sized men, but the dude looks like a giant. It's like freaky tall. Unless the video I saw was manipulated, I don't think it was, because it was literally just them walking. But if that video I saw of him is real, this dude is freaky tall. So I don't know if somebody grabs a good link and you drop it in the chat, I'll try to keep an eye out for it to share. But just, it was creepy. But anyways, he puts, "Oh, ye of little faith." Now it's official. President real Donald Trump has designated 3 Muslim Brotherhood organizations today, including the original and most important Egyptian one. The action should have occurred decades ago, but we needed a commander-in-chief who understood the existential threat posed by Salafi jihadism. Stay tuned, more to follow. Hashtag promises kept. Full details here at the link, and then he tags the White House, Secretary Rubio, and Marco Rubio. And there you have it. U.S. Department of State, terrorist designations of Muslim Brotherhood chapters, January 13th, 2026. Today, as a first step in support of President Trump's commitment to eliminate the capabilities of the operations of the Muslim Brotherhood chapters that pose a threat to the United States, as described in Executive Order 14362, the United States is imposing terrorist designation against the Lebanese, Jordanian, and Egyptian chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood. The Department of State is designating the Lebanese Muslim Brotherhood as, the Lebanese Muslim Brotherhood as a foreign terrorist. I want them to do them all, but like Sebastian said, this is a step in the right direction, especially with everything that we see popping off in Texas, in Minnesota, in Michigan. This is definitely a step in the right direction. And I don't care whose feelings get hurt about that. Libs of TikTok puts, Iranian state TV just broadcasted a picture of Trump from Butler rally after he was shot with the words, quote, "This time it won't miss." Direct assassination threat against President Trump. This is crazy. This is crazy. This actually got President Trump to respond. If I didn't grab that tab to show you guys, then I'll still share with you guys what he said, because you know what he said, a lot of people lost their mind over. And it's like they literally posted a video of when an attempted assassination attempt happened against them, and they said, "This time it won't miss." And you're pissed off about him responding like a boss. I'm telling you, our mainstream media just hates our country. But let's keep going. Oh, this is a great one. Canada puts, white liberal woman tells the Iranians what she thinks should happen in Iran. An Iranian woman claps back. Now, this is awesome. This is just awesome to me, because I've seen on social media, even Iranians that are on social media that are against what Trump's doing because they're from a place of security and safety. Meanwhile, these people, and like I said, I got major issues with the IRGC and the Iranian government, the Ayatollah, and all those people. But again, I don't have issues with people. I separate governments from people. There are some good Iranians here stateside that are fighting for their brothers and sisters back home. But the fact that people here, I'll let you guys listen to this for yourself. This is wild.
I hate the regime in Iran.
Right.
I hate the regime.
So why wouldn't you want it changing?
I hate the mullahs. There are Armenians living in Iran right now who hate the mullahs. Okay, but regime change should not be spurred by the United States and Israel, which wants to install.
You don't hate the regime in Iran. You don't hate the Islamic Republic. You hate us. You hate every single woman who get beaten up, who go to prison, who get lashes for the crime of just simply dressing like you. You hate us because you give misinformation to international community right now. Absolutely darkness in Iran because of the internet shutdown. Iranians have no voices, but you go on Iran, on Iran talking everywhere to international media and giving wrong information. You say that the Iranian people do not want regime change being imposed by Trump administration or Prime Minister Netanyahu. Who said that? Iranian took to the streets since 2009, 6 major uprising, and they made it clear that this is the people of Iran who want to change the regime. And then you saying that this is external regime change. When you say that, it just reminds me of the time when I launched my campaign against compulsory hijab. Ilhan Omar, the hijabi congresswoman, said the exact same thing, accused me, saying that smear campaign everywhere. She said that Masih Alinejad is the mouthpiece of President Trump and her campaign is being pushed by Trump administration. And guess what? The day after, the Iranian state television used her information to attack me. And a month later, Ali Khamenei, the leader of the Islamic Republic, used the same narrative, saying that that American agent must be killed. Yes, with the same narrative. He ordered my killing. And guess what? They hired killers to kill me on U.S. soil 3 times. Now you're doing the same thing by accusing Iranians being led by Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump, by accusing them promoting external regime change. You are actually giving excuse to Iranian regime to slaughter Iranians, to kill innocent and unarmed protesters. This is what you're doing. And stop doing that. If you decided to keep silent, that's fine. But when people of Iran are being banned from internet, they don't have a voice, don't go on media and talk on behalf of them. Let us talk. Let us talk. Because of your narrative, right now, thousands of people have been killed in the streets because the Islamic Republic officials took on state television saying the exact same thing that you said, that this is external regime change being led by Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump. It's not. We, the people of Iran, being trapped by a barbaric regime, by a terrorist regime. And they are slaughtering people. They are killing people. More than 2,000 people have been killed. We are the East Germany. Be brave and stand with the people of Iran. If you cannot, then don't help the Iranian regime to kill us with the same accusations. Is that too much to ask?
I mean, mic drop. She's letting her know I feel. And shout out Blue Eyes who rated the stream. Thank you for that, fam. This is what I'm talking about. It's you have people from places of comfort that want to speak as the authorities of these things. Now, the next clip that we're going to get into right here, because we're still on this Iran and Muslim Brotherhood and all this stuff that's going down, is the Iranian foreign minister. And I'll play this one so you guys can hear it. But listen to what he says. And I'm going to explain 2 things that I want you to take from here. One of these is going to come up later when we talk about the Shills who are exposing themselves on something they said, but we're going to kind of address it right now too. But take a listen to what he says regarding who's doing the killing that's happening in Iran right now.
For one reason, they wanted to increase the number of deaths. Why? Because President Trump has said that if there are killings, he would intervene. And they wanted to drag him into this conflict. And that was exactly an Israeli plot. They wanted to drag the President of the United States in this conflict. So they started to increase the number of deaths by killing ordinary people, by killing police officers, by starting a kind of, fighting inside the different cities.
Mr. Foreign Minister, you're saying that these killings, these deaths are at the hands of foreign elements inside your country, not by the Iranian regime. That's not what we're being told when we get people to talk to us on the ground. The internet has been shut off, but occasionally turns back on, and we do hear from people on the ground who tell us various stories. Witnesses spoke of seeing snipers positioned on rooftops in downtown Tehran, firing into crowds of peaceful protests, turning abruptly into scenes of carnage, panic as bullets pierced through people's heads and torsos, sending bodies toppling to the ground, and an emergency room treating 19 gunshot patients in a single hour. The regime is on a killing spree, said one protester, and we've seen the video of body bags stacking up. You were saying that all of this is because you're not in control of your country and foreign elements are killing people inside your country?
No, I'm telling you that it was a fighting between our security forces and terrorist elements who had a plan to create a big number of killings in order to provoke President Trump to enter into this conflict and start a new war against Iran. And that was exactly an Israeli plot. The footages that you mentioned have not been seen in Iran. I have to tell you that a misinformation campaign is going on at the same time.
And you're suggesting that it's Israel and Mossad acting like Iranian forces, shooting the Iranian people to make casualties to spur on the action of President Trump. I'm just saying there's a lot of people that don't believe that, Mr. Foreign Minister.
No, Mossad has already confessed that.
They may be on the ground, sir, but as far as them killing hundreds and hundreds of people to make it look like you did, it does not appear in the video that we get out.
So why is this back and forth important? Regardless of whether you believe Bear's position or whether you believe the foreign minister's position, there were a lot of people that were saying that it's fake. Nobody's even dying. And now you have both sides of the coin and the argument that are acknowledging that there is death. So that's point number one I wanted to make. Point number two is I actually think it's a combination of both. I think you do have intelligence operatives that are trying to do stuff. And I think you do have the IRGC that's also killing people. But like I said, we're going to be addressing that second point. And I just had my top monitors go dark on me, which is bad. Hold on, folks, because without those two monitors, I'd be trying to navigate blind, and I can't do that with the thing. Give me 1 second. All right, folks, I am going to reset this real quick. So I'm going to play the intro music. So the show didn't finish. I think it's a cable that came loose in the back. So I'm going to mess around with this real quick. And I'm going to play the intro music that we played at the beginning. It's like a 5 minute, it's that 5 minute countdown while I try to figure this out real quick. My apologies, you guys. Everybody that stood around, thank you. We got an issue with this top right monitor. However, that said, I have this moved over one. So if this one goes down, I think we're solid on this one. So we got some Mickey Mouse things going on. Looks like we might have to upgrade the studio here in the near future with some cables, but I think we're solid. If it happens again, I won't make you guys wait. I'll just end it and then we'll just do like a part 2 or something like that. But I think we're good. So let's carry on. So again, right where I kind of left off is at least what we're getting here is confirmation that there was killing and stuff going on. All right, that's Lonesome Fugitive says we aren't bailing off of. Thank you. This is the stuff of live, right? You know, if this was a pre-recorded show, I could edit that out. Nobody would ever know. But in a live show, this is the stuff that makes us panic, makes us go like, oh, no, please, no, not right now, especially when we got a good audience this late. So thank you guys for sticking around. And like I said, when we get into the show part, this conversation will briefly come back up again. Then you got Ezra Cohen says, Iranian patriots, keep protesting, take over your, and he's reposting President Trump that's saying this, just to clarify. Iranian patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions, save the names of the killers and abusers. They will pay a big price. I have canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stop. Help is on the way. MEGA, President Donald J. Trump. Now, interesting enough, you've seen a lot of people that have tried to weaponize MEGA or, MIGA, to say, make Israel great again. But now that this is captioned for what was going on in Iran, again, these black pillars, these, anti-Trump, anti-MAGA, none of them wanted to roll with this. It's just like, as soon as things go outside the purview of their agendas, they abandon it. And again, this is important because if you guys are paying attention, you're seeing where these people's positions are. Now, what's something real that happened? And I want to say, I'm just, this post that we're moving into next, I am so proud of you guys. I saw this post that came in earlier. And I even put copy paste, right? And it came from this woman right here. I want to make sure I give her flowers. Elika Lebon. And she put urgent, how to help save a young protester's life. I cannot believe how many years we've had to recycle this dystopian practice. God, when will it end? Hashtag Efren Sultani, right? And so I listened to her message. I listened to what she got to say. And I said, okay, let me turn this into a post and share with all you guys, right? This is Efren Sultani. And this is what I wrote. I put, do not scroll. This is a life or death clock. Iran's extremist regime has reportedly arrested a 26-year-old Iranian protester named Efren Sultani. Arrest reported January 8th and reported scheduled his execution by public hanging for tomorrow, which was Wednesday the 14th. Reports say he was denied a fair process, denied access to a lawyer, and his family was allegedly only given 10 minutes to say goodbye under threats to stay silent. Reports say, this is how tyrannies win. They kill one to terrorize millions into silence. Imagine you saw what happened with J6 here on the home front. Imagine if they would have just started hanging J6ers, right? So I put not today. We have hours, not days. I said, make this trend now. 1, post Efren Sultani in all caps. Use, and I put the hashtags there. Tag POTUS, tag the White House, tag the State Department, every major general, anybody that you think could have influence, and put this in front of POTUS. Report this story plus right groups reporting. And then demand an immediate public intervention and international pressure. If President Trump and the world see it fast enough, it can change outcomes. Loud saves lives, silence kills. Post, tag, share right now. We're literally dealing with hours, folks. Hours. This young man, 26 years old, man. That was what, I was a cop for a year. I was still a kid, a young man, and this dude is about to be hanged. I can't even imagine the terror that was going through him and the heartbreak of his family, just knowing that he was about to be hung because he was standing up for his people, for his country. Well, folks, let me go into this. This was the good news. You saved a life. You did this. Every single one of you who spoke up, shared, tagged, and refused to stay silent, you did this. According to his family, the execution has been postponed. Now we push until it becomes canceled. President Trump has also stated that he was told that all executions have been stopped. That doesn't happen by accident. That happens because the American people acted. And to all the black pillars flooding social media, trying to poison morale, whispering nothing happens and it's all pointless, you were wrong. Loud, publicly, action worked, pressure worked, faith in doing the right thing worked. While you were posting despair, real patriots were saving a life. So here's the truth they hate most. Hope backed by action is unstoppable. Don't ever let the cynics steal your fire. Don't ever let professional demoralizers drain your courage. Today, prove them wrong. You saved at least one life. I couldn't be more prouder of this community, Semper Fi Warriors. And I just want to tell you guys this. Every single one of you that participated in this, God bless you. God bless you. Because when I was sitting in solitary confinement and when I was fighting this war, my life wasn't on the line for death like this guy was. But I do remember having the feeling of, do people really care? And everybody says, oh, that hurts. I'm sad. I feel for you. But do people care enough to do something, however small? And when I saw all you guys reposting, some of you guys were tagging me, I was just like, man, patriots really do care. And then this news came. Let's go to the next one. And I'll let you guys listen because you guys earned this one. Let me bring it back up because I resetted all this. Where are we? Right. Where are we? Here we are. All right, you guys, you earned it. So listen.
The leaker has been found and...
Nope, wrong one. My apologies, folks. My apologies. Let's see. Here, I want you to... you guys are going to hear this one, so let me switch like I did the last one. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Bear with me. All right, take a listen, folks.
Been notified and pretty strongly, but we'll find out what that all means. But we've been told that the killing in Iran is stopping, and it's stopped, and it's stopping. And there's no plan for executions or an execution or executions. So I've been told that on good authority. We'll find out about it. I'm sure if it happens, we'll all be very upset, including you will be very upset, but that's just gotten to me some information that the killing has stopped, that the executions have stopped. They're not going to have an execution, which a lot of people were talking about for the last couple of days. Today was going to be the day of execution.
You hear that? What a lot of people, let me fix this real quick. What a lot of people were talking about. He's talking about you guys. The execution was supposed to be today. That was the day that was this poor young man, Efren Soltani, I got to get this all set up for, was supposed to be executed. So again, when these people tell you guys and try to destroy your morale and say that it's pointless, I mean, unless you consider saving a life pointless, that you each one of you that participated in this, you got presidential recognition right there. Saved a life. And I'm sure this won't be the last time we have to do a call to action. And just remember this moment, you know, when you're just like, will it work? Yeah, it did. We already showed that it worked one time. All right, let's keep pushing on, shifting topics here. Let me clear these from the feed just to keep tabs on where we're at. So now we're going to get into Insurrection, Minnesota, Waltz, and all this drama. And while we do that, let's take a second to pay a bill. This one is kind of cool. I think you guys will enjoy it. Again, you guys got to come over to Rumble if you want to peep it out so you can get this QR code that's going to be on the screen right now. You ever have one of those moments where an F-bomb is absolutely justified, but you don't feel like blowing up your entire life today? Yeah, just a few minutes ago, I had one while we were live. Yeah, that moment, that's why this exists. It's called the F-bomb jar. You drop one silently, no yelling, no consequences, all the impact with none of the fallout. Deploy responsibly or don't. We won't judge. You'll see it on the screen. Scan the QR code, click the link below, and use the code RUMBLE10 for 10% off your entire order at thingsofholding.com. I made sure to mute my mic when that went down, but I most definitely dropped an F-bomb for those of you that are curious. So let's get into this. If you guys saw the show last night that I did with Colonel Towner, Operation Gladio, we kind of went on a segue towards the end of the show where we were talking about the Black Panther Party. And then this was part of the you know, when I was setting up today's show, and I was just like, man, this is pretty interesting. It's just like Operation Gladio. Are we, you know, coming full circle in these operations, what we see, especially with Minneapolis? And so I will say what you guys are going to hear is some violent conversation from a terrorist. This is a domestic terrorist, but I want you guys to hear it because this is what people like Waltz and the mayor and all of them, that this guy that you're seeing, he is a product of their rhetoric. This guy earlier in the show, when we're covering the Seditious Six, and of course I can't think of his name now, not that it's that important, but these guys, this mentality, this is a product of them. So let's take a listen. This is going to piss you off.
Won't no ICE agent ever run up on me. I guarantee you they won't. I'll put a hole in their chest the size of a window. Safe line repair, safe line replace. That's what's going to happen. They touch me. Unarmed woman was killed by ICE. If you think you're about to come and brutalize the people while we're standing here, fuck around and find out. Our interactions with the police and ICE, and we hold them accountable. We hold them accountable. We patrol the community and we hold them accountable. The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, we're the same Panther Party from back in the day, but we're a little more aggressive now, you dig? Carry bigger guns and we don't take no shit. Places where there are a lot of immigrants at, I think that the community around them needs to take special care to them and it needs to start escorting them to and from everywhere to make sure that they're safe. Because them ICE agents ain't going to act like that if it's a bunch of people standing outside with assault rifles and shotguns. It's a semi-automatic shotgun. That means them shotgun shells that shoot out of a pump, they shoot them rapidly. If you are going to legally arm yourself with something bigger than what they got. Those who serve in the public, they should be fearful of the public. They should be fearful that the public's going to be dissatisfied with their job that they're doing, not feeling like they're tyrants, not feeling like they're bullies because they got guns and body armor and walkie-talkies. That makes them immune to whatever the people would do. I think you want to correct the ideology of the pig and the mentality of the slave catcher. You meet them with equal force. All power to the motherfucking people. No power to the pig.
So these people are demented. But a lot of them are very violent. And what I will say is, when you guys and you can admit it. Listen, you guys aren't going to hurt my feelings. There goes Alpha again with morale as a weapon. There's a reason for it. And there's a reason why I want you guys to recognize it, because if you were listening to what he said, when people finally get tired of this, and when people finally get tired of this, and when people finally get tired of this, and they get pushed to the edge, that's the reason they want to destroy morale. That's the reason they want to keep you in this perpetual state of despair. This is why they want to get you to have a ideology that there's nothing left to do. This is why they want to convince you so bad that Trump is bad, that Trump is a deep state, because they want you to abandon that there's hope. They want you to abandon that we're winning. So this way you fall victim to this mentality, so that when you see something like this, because it's human nature to want to be on the winning team, or some would classify as the surviving team, and this is how they recruit people. And this is why it's so important that you guys don't just watch this content, but you really understand, at least if you don't remember the specific stories in these podcasts, understand the concept of the conversation we're having. Because if you understand the concept, you can apply it to anything. Like, you guys are smart. All you guys are smart. There are probably a few of you crayon eaters in here, but that's okay. If you understand the concept that we're having, you can apply it to anything that's put in front of you. Because remember, right now, I'm reaching an audience, people in Russia. Shout out to that special person that's watching out there in Russia. Heard a very cool story. And well, I don't know a person's name, so I can't say, but shout out to that special person out in Russia that's watching. But we have people watching New Zealand, Australia, all across the world. And that's very cool. However, we're too far away from each other to be able to work together if something local happened in any one of our areas of operation. And this is why, if we were to, lose the grid, maybe a natural disaster, maybe it is a terrorist event, whatever the case may be, if the grid was to shut down and we lost social media and we lost the internet, where are you going to operate? Well, there's going to be a lot of people that are lost. You guys are the leaders. Every single one of you that's watching, you become the colonels. You become the generals, the commanders. You guys are the ones that are empowered with information. You guys are the ones that have read, what is the plan? You see where it's going, and you get to adapt all those concepts to your local community. And then you get to start teaching your block, and you take control of your street block. You get to help law enforcement. So just understand, that is one of the concepts here, right? This is not just entertainment, although I try to make it entertaining for you in the process, because I know this kind of content isn't always like what we want to talk about. Let's see. Lonesome Feuders says Russians know Bandera and Operation Aerodynamic. I'm not familiar with that one, so I'll have to look up Aerodynamic. Let's keep going. Governor Tim Walz, I am making a direct appeal to the president. Let's turn the temperature down. Stop this campaign of retribution. This is not who we are. An appeal to Minnesotans. I know this is scary. We must speak out loudly, urgently, but also peacefully. We cannot fan the flames of chaos. That's what he wants. Now, how do we know that he's full of shit in this statement? One, he wanted to turn the National Guard against ICE, against the federal officers. And two, his law enforcement administration, not the rank and file guys. The rank and file guys are starting to speak up, but the administrative guys, they're on board with them. He can come out and make a statement and say, hey, speak loudly, speak urgently, utilize your First Amendment, but understand that if anybody out there attacks ICE, if anybody out there attacks law enforcement, we will find you and prosecute you to the furthest extent of the law. Why isn't he saying something like that? Because he wants these people to recognize, do whatever you need to do. He wants chaos, especially when he knows that he's being investigated for fraud. We'll get into that here in a little bit. You guys are going to love. Now we're in the themes. We're firing off the Moabs are coming for the rest of the show now. We're done with general news. It's all Moab time. And anyways, like I said, not gonna repeat myself right now. I'm pumped up. Right Pulse News reports jaw-dropping truth from Stephen Miller. And let's play this. Here you go.
Is it for your audience perfectly, Sean? This was not a loophole. The Biden administration, Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, devised a scheme to fly illegal aliens into the country and then to escort them en masse across the border by the millions, and to give them something known as parole, which gives them a work permit, which gives them a social security number, which gives them access to the voting booth. This was the plan all along, to get them here illegally so they can get free government benefits, get hooked to welfare, and be able to participate in American elections. This was an attack on democracy by the Democrat Party. It's the same attack that we see, Sean, when you have California, a sanctuary state, that is refusing to turn over even illegal alien criminals and gang members to ICE. So these are illegal aliens in California who have been arrested by California police, by California law enforcement for serious crimes, for crimes against children, for felonies, for crimes that threaten public safety, and they are refusing to hand these criminal illegal aliens over to ICE. Instead, they're freeing them back into the cities to offend and offend again. By any definition, what California is doing is criminal. It is a violation of our laws. It is one of the most heinous things that I have seen in my entire...
There's the plan. I saw that we got a new viewer over there on Rumble.van1. And I see you're dealing with some insomnia. I was catching up on the chat while I was playing that video. When we get to one of our other videos coming up here on SitRep tonight, we have a product. It's one of the ones that I use because trust me, I struggle with sleep as well. Dot. So during one of the videos, I'll go grab a link. I'll share it for you guys in the chat. Completely natural stuff, and hopefully it can help you with your sleeping, because sleep's important, man. What else do we got? We have two videos of turmoil. I'm not gonna play the audio for both because screaming. We've seen it all. But Nick Sorter and this dude's just been out there putting his life on the line as well as he's going and catching these videos for us. But he puts just in. ICE ripped a woman from her car in Minneapolis after she blocked them from driving down the road. She then begs and pleads for mercy. Nope, you fucked around, and now you're finding out. And then there's this one, and this one I am going to play the audio. I want you to listen to what one of the guys, one of the bystanders in the background shouts out, because I'm just like, do you think like we're blind? So take a listen. It's only like 27 seconds. Listen for the guy in the background, what he says. He said he's not resisting, and I got that website, so I'm gonna drop this website real quick for our new warrior on here. Van once, and let me go straight to it. You guys, we actually talked about it tonight. We're talking about CB Distillery. I use the one that doesn't have THC, just because my prior background is law enforcement. I'm not comfortable with it. We had that conversation tonight. Not gonna make you guys all laugh, but they do have some with THC if that's your thing. But for me, it's the non-THC, and here it is. It's in the link over there on Rumble. If one of you guys wants to grab that, actually, let me drop it for you guys on YouTube as well. It won't populate on X. X just is not connected to the studio like that. So if one of you guys wants to go and drop it in the X chat, I will appreciate it. But let's carry on. Hopefully that stuff works for you guys, and I take care of my people. So then we get Commander Bovino. He's a couple of the videos and stuff that he's done generated some pushback. I love it. But he says, infuriating Commander Bovino confirms anti-ICE rioters are destroying private vehicles of civilians thinking they're ICE. Now, this does become dangerous. You have a lot of people out there that have cars that look like unmarked federal cars. And when you have these people start to attack those people, especially when people are in the heat of the moment and there's chaos, you can see innocent people get hurt. Now, I'm going to share this clip. I'm going to let Commander Bovino talk about it so you guys can hear it from his mouth. But BP, they have the weapon systems to protect themselves. But this is something that Governor Walz should be addressing. Because what happens if one of these cars that's a civilian person that has nothing to do with law enforcement, but maybe it's a veteran, it's someone that has a law enforcement look to him, maybe has a short crew cut, or maybe he's wearing like some moto shirts, and they actually believe this guy or gal is an undercover officer and try to hurt them. This is where Governor Walz needs to step in and say, this will not, zero tolerance for this. This is breaking the law. And we're going to go and start looking for the people that are doing this. And he's not. And the reason he's not is because they want the chaos in Minnesota. And I personally think they want Trump to declare the Insurrection Act. And we'll get into that here shortly. But let's take a listen to Commander Bovino, and I'll give you an update on something Trump said today that kind of made me say, all right, I think I might be onto something. So let's listen to this first.
Anarchists, and I'm calling them anarchists now. These anarchists, these rioters, these bad people that wish to harm law enforcement are now harming American citizens. Those vehicles you mentioned that were vandalized, they've also, we've received reports, vandalized indiscriminately many vehicles in those hotel parking lots. They don't care if it's government vehicles and then they happen to get several vehicles of American citizens, innocent civilians. They don't care. And we're seeing that now. We're hearing reports from the police that that's happening, throwing nails out in parking lots where our government vehicles are not even located. They don't care. So these anarchists truly do not, they truly do not go towards federal law enforcement only. If you get wrapped up in this and you're a mom and pop American, you get wrapped up and they even think you're law enforcement, then you're getting it also. And that's a big problem. I think that should probably wake some people up as to the depth and the scope of these anarchists.
100%. And I shared you guys pretty much my perspective on why. Tom Finn says Insurrection Act coming. And listen, their Insurrection Act is going to get deployed. Right now, the conversation is more of a when and why. And a lot of us were kind of looking at, Minnesota probably being the one. But if you guys remember on one of the shows I did with Josh, I think it was on Death Con or Q After Hours, I said, I don't think it's going to get deployed in Minnesota. And the reason being was I started to see, I think they're trying to bait Trump to deploy it early. And why? They're shocking all that comes with that. And in this, we are approaching midterms, and whether people like it or agree with it, optics matter when it comes to that. But let's get into where we all kind of were as we got to maybe it's not coming right now. And this comes in, if the corrupt politicians of Minnesota don't obey the law and stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE, who are only trying to do their job, I will institute the Insurrection Act, which many presidents have done before. President Donald Trump. And there's Tom Fitton showing the screenshot of what Trump put on Truth Social. Let's keep pushing on through this. Rapid Response 47. This is January 16th. In Minnesota, the troublemakers, agitators, insurrectionists are in many cases highly paid professionals. The governor and mayor don't know what to do. They have totally lost control and are currently being rendered useless. If and when I am forced to act, it will be solved quickly and effectively. President Donald J. Trump. Now, something he said here, highly paid professionals. So he's kind of elevated to, this is not just agitators and stuff like that. Now he's getting into, this is, if you're saying highly paid professionals, folks, what he's talking about are color revolutionaries. He's talking about intelligence assets. He's talking about military personnel. What he's saying is this is a formal process. Of course, it absorbs the organic stuff of this useful idiots, but that this is not, it's meant to look organic, but it's completely synthetic. And we're looking at Operation Gladio. When he's saying highly paid professionals, that's what we're talking about. Stay behind units, Operation Gladio. And he's realizing, Sun Tzu, if they're trying to get me to make this move, then I'm not, but I'm still going to handle it a different way. Hence Then we get 25 JAG officers that get sent to Minneapolis. Let's just keep going. I'm going to paint this picture. Eric Daugherty says, holy smokes, Karen Levitt, unleash reporter. And I have this for you. Let me just play this for you guys.
Everything correctly. 32 people died in ICE custody last year. 170 U.S. citizens were detained by ICE. And Renee Good was shot in the head and killed by an ICE agent. How does that equate to them doing everything correctly?
Why was Renee Good unfortunately and tragically killed?
Are you asking me my opinion? Because an ICE agent acted recklessly and killed her unjustifiably.
Oh, okay. So you're a biased reporter with a left-wing opinion.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, because you're a left-wing hack. You're not a reporter. You're posing in this room as a journalist, and it's so clear by the premise of your question. And you and the people in the media who have such biases but fake like you're a journalist, you shouldn't even be sitting in that seat. But you're pretending like you're a journalist, but you're a left-wing activist. And the question that you just raised and your answer proves your bias. You should be reporting on the facts. You should be reporting on the cases. Do you have the numbers of how many American citizens were killed at the hands of illegal aliens who ICE is trying to remove from this country? I bet you don't. I bet you didn't even read up on those stories. I bet you never even read about Laken Riley or Jocelyn Nungray or all of the innocent Americans who were killed at the hands of illegal aliens in this country. And the brave men and women of ICE are doing everything in their power to remove those heinous individuals and make our communities safer. And shame on people like you in the media who have a crooked view and have a biased view and pretend like you're a real honest journalist.
I mean, damn. Let's just end the show right there, folks. Like, she just dropped the hammer. Yeah, listen, we've had some great press secretaries under President Trump, but I think she's the tip of the spear. She nailed it. Now, why is this important? And yes, I keep going back to the article that I wrote. What is the plan? Because in there, one of the first things I talk about that's addressed in phase 1 is, what did President Trump do in his first administration of 2016? What was one of the first things he did? Fake news, fake news, fake news. Why? He delegitimized what has always been seen as the authority, the have-all, end-all when it comes to information. And he delegitimized that. When he delegitimized that, they created what we know as the board, or Q, to create a decentralized environment for a whole lot of stuff that I'm not going to explain here because we're going to stay on topic with the show. But this is that, because there's people every single day that are being awake. And when they see things like this, and they're just like, yeah, we're seeing all these innocent people that are killed. We're seeing these women that are sexually assaulted and then dismembered and being found in luggage bags or in ditches or in refrigerators. Like, it's just horrific, some of these stories. And she's calling them out on it. You probably haven't even investigated these things. And he hasn't, because he's pushing an agenda. But what did she say that was important? She no longer just called him fake news. She said, you're an activist. And this is the next part of what people are going to start realizing. Not only is it fake news, not only has it been delegitimized by President Trump and the administration, but now they're being called out for what they are, activists. And that's going to, you're going to see that graduate into terms like operatives, into terms like intelligence assets. They are calling them out. And this is how they start to break that conversation into the open, with something that's not so powerful of a word as an operative or an intelligence asset, but using the word activist, which is just a soft term for the same thing anyways. And let's see, someone said Carolyn Vint announced that she is pregnant. Yes, she did. That was a couple days ago. Let's keep going. So then you get Rapid Response 47, official government account. There are evidently some disturbing tapes. Attorney General Allison in meetings with people who donated to him, them calling for political favors to stop the investigations, says Secretary Scott Bessent. And he says a little bit more, and this guy's on fire. He's rapidly becoming one of my favorites.
That's part of following the money. There are evidently some disturbing tapes of AG Ellison in meetings with people who donated to him, them calling for political favors to stop the investigations. So we'll see. But again, I don't want to get out ahead of the investigations. It's going to be very methodical. And Chris, I can guarantee you, when the bear trap snaps, we're going to get these folks. And again, we're going to follow the money, whether it's over the two counties here, in Minneapolis, St. Paul's, or whether it's to East Africa. And there's tons of luxury properties, cars that have been bought over there. And how the hell did this happen? How did it happen? Like, President Trump is outraged. I'm outraged. The American people should be outraged.
What he said there, that is just awesome. And they quoted it in their post, so they wanted us to catch it. When the bear trap snaps, we're going to get these folks. A bear trap is something you use for big game. It's a big animal. And so what I think the symbolism here, reading between the lines, is we're not just talking about the rank and file protesters, agitators. We're not talking about those guys, but who would we consider the bear? The governor, the mayor, the attorney general. I mean, that's who he's talking about specifically in this. Folks, we are on the cusp of starting to see a lot of people that are going to get arrested. Not the big names just yet. That's coming. We're going to get into that towards the end of the show. But what we're doing is we're setting up the population, the American, and I'll talk about the majority of the American population, because again, you guys are the digital soldiers. You guys are people that are advanced. You are the brainiacs. That's why I call you guys the generals should the power grid ever go down. But the vast majority of people still rely on MSNBC. They still rely on Fox. They still rely on CNN. They don't understand that stuff. So this is the slow drip, drip, drip for those people when they start to see this corruption and they're like, yeah, this makes sense. You're going to get arrested for doing something like that. You're going to get arrested for this quid pro quo. You're going to get arrested for money laundering. You're going to get arrested for this stuff. That gets people to start seeing that, hey, this is normal. It's not crazy the way the left will try to paint it out to be. And they're also going to see that it's starting to develop into a pattern, because when you can get the normie population to do pattern recognition to fraud and corruption, then you really get to accelerate this. But you got to get to the point where people understand it. If arrests start happening and people don't understand it, it looks like chaos. Chaos is what the deep state wants, because then they can capitalize that onto what I talked about earlier, morale is a weapon and despair, and people think that they're losing hope. Everything's falling apart. And what you're seeing here is this administration, this FBI, and this DOJ are doing a very systematic, controlled release of information with controlled release of investigations. Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard, remember a couple months ago, announced RICO case into the Russia hoax. So people know that there's investigations going on. People are hearing that there's grand juries that are being convened. People are seeing that these things are starting to surface. They're seeing low-level players being arrested. If you think in terms of a movie, the sequence of events is lining up with what you would see in a movie. This is stuff that's not going to shock the conscience. And that's what's so imperative that a lot of people are missing. Even a lot of you, if you're honest, you'll admit, yeah, I have been demanding. I want the arrest now. I want the arrest now. I want the arrest now. And this is one of the reasons that I've said it has to be done the right way. We get one shot, folks. We get one shot at saving this country. And if we fail to save this country, then we have zero shots of saving humanity. We have to save this country in order for humanity to survive. There's no do-overs. This is not a video game where we just hit reset and we get a new batch of lives. This is it. You and me, our POTUS, our military. This is what we got. Whether you ask for it or not, this is it. You guys are the white knights. So let's go. Let's keep getting into this. I'm fired up right now. We're 1 minute to midnight. I'm fired. Let me just get it out. Where's that F-bomb? I need to drop it out. I'm fired the fuck up right now. Are you guys fired up? Let me know in the chat. All right. Let me know in the comments if you're fired up. I see MC Burger says, agree with Alpha on that. Right on. On his lay. Let him cook. That's right. Let him cook. But let me know. Let me see how fired up you guys are in the chat. Don't get yourselves in trouble with Rumble or YouTube or anything like that. But fire me up. I'll fire you up. Let's keep going. FBI Director Kash Patel. The FBI is investigating every single organization and person responsible for funding or contributing to the organization of these violent protests like the ones in Minneapolis, as well as going after violent criminals, actors themselves. We got a lot of videos kind of lined up here. Not many of them are that long, except for when we get into one from John Solomon that's about 3 minutes. I see the flames. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. Damn, man. I need to come with like an AlphaWarrior like SoCal team so I can hang out with you guys. If any of you guys are in California, man, we need to connect. Let's come up with a Southern California AlphaWarrior team. That'd be fire. All right, let's get back to business. My apologies. I'm fired up. It is this one.
I can tell you, generally speaking, that these protests, whether it's Minneapolis or LA or Portland or where have you, aren't spontaneous. They don't magically appear. Most of these individuals aren't even from those respective areas. But more importantly, behind that, someone has to pay for it. Somebody has to pay for the transportation. Somebody has to pay for the signs. And when you find things like every single person is holding the exact same sign on the exact same piece of wood and the exact same placard, they didn't get together beforehand and do that. It is an organized, in my opinion, effort to criminally disrupt and cause chaos into our communities. And this FBI is investigating every single organization and person responsible for paying or contributing in any way to the organization of these protests, and also going after those actors, the criminal actors at the protests themselves.
Because if you follow the money, you get to address these problems at the root. All of you guys have at least once, you've seen people put out on social media. You've seen people do it on podcasts. You've seen it people here on Rumble, YouTube, some of these other platforms. You know, you've heard them say, MAGA's done, MAGA's divided, Trump's losing his base, we're going to lose midterms. A lot of people I like have subscribed to that. Some of them I think are revealing themselves. Some of them I think have fell victim to despair. But when you follow the money, you end this. And one of the things that we've seen that the left is not talking about no more, and me and Josh have been hammering on this, is you have not heard the Democratic Party talk about how much money they've raised, because they haven't. Why? Because all their avenues have been demolished. Trump and Doge went, exposed USAID, exposed National Endowment for Democracy, exposed the NGOs. And then from there, you saw everything else that was getting exposed with the what was it, FTX and all these. It's just been boom, 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 relentless. And then on top of that, he's attacking the cartels, and we know that money finds its way through Mexico, finds its way into Arizona, places like Maricopa County, Katie Hobbs, and those people out there. There's an investigation. Shout out my boy Sean Taylor. You guys saw some big news of some investigations that popped off today. I think I saw it in the news. If not, you guys are going to see it in the news, and hopefully I didn't say something too early that I shouldn't have. I don't think I did, though. I do remember seeing it pop up in the news today. But again, this is how you attack that. And when you're able to attack this stuff, you're able to get ahead of a lot of these riots. Trust me, they've been wanting the BLM summer riots, and they haven't been able to accomplish that because they don't have the funding. Their infrastructure is being attacked. What else do we see? This one was a solid one. This comes from Eric Daugherty. Holy crap, AG Pam Bondi reveals she fired 6 DOJ prosecutors. And here is the reason why.
In Minnesota. What happened in Minnesota? We had 6 prosecutors who suddenly decided they didn't want to support the men and women in ICE. One of them was busy doing a photo shoot with the New York Times while ICE was out there risking their lives. So they came, they said, we want to resign, but we want to use our annual leave up until April, meaning they wanted the taxpayers to pay for them to go on vacation because they decided they didn't want to support law enforcement. So the breaking news tonight, I fired them all. They're fired from the office. And our U.S. attorney there, Rosen, he's great. He was just confirmed 3 months.
She's going after, listen, they want to weaponize the judicial system, and they think they're going to be able to play that part. So this way, one of the reasons they wanted to stick around on their vacation is because they have these budgets, right? And they can only have so many people in these spots. Well, if somebody hasn't technically retired or been fired, then they're holding up that spot. And she understands that. And why do they want to hold up that spot? Because they want to make sure that these people don't get prosecuted, that these cases get rejected by the corrupt DAs that are left behind. And what is she saying? Nope, fired. And again, what did we see? JAG sent 25 of their people over there. They picked 16 from the 60. They selected 25 to send to Minneapolis. Again, I think there's a little bit more than just dealing with this stuff. We'll see. But what else are they doing? Let's go back to Cash. Here's an update from Cash on some other stuff that they're doing.
You have subpoenas out. It's not rocket science. Investigations are done by acquiring records. Investigations are then furthered by putting witnesses in the grand jury and making a presentment for a case, which our partners at the Department of Justice and the Attorney General will do in any case. But let's make one thing absolutely crystal clear. Under President Trump's leadership, he has supplied law enforcement the resources they need to protect our American communities. He has also given us the mandate to enforce the law. And the law is simply this: no one, elected official, private citizen or otherwise, gets to impede and obstruct a law enforcement investigation. No one. And this FBI is committed to working with our interagency and our Department of Justice partners under President Trump's mandate to make sure Minnesota and every other city across this country is safe. And that's why we're having the record year that we're having under President Trump's brilliant leadership.
No one's above the law and the subpoenas are out, including elected officials. You're attacking the financial structure. You're attacking where they've been protected in the judicial process, because we saw it. We saw it in Seattle. We still see it in Seattle, unfortunately. So disappointed to learn about that police chief and those police officers out there. It's disgusting to me, especially someone who I still love the badge. But what you see here is they're attacking it at all the levels. They are attacking it through the financial infrastructure coming in by looking at where the funding's coming from. They're attacking it by getting rid of these judicial people that have protected them when the cops do finally arrest them. And now they're going after the leadership in these areas. But on top of that, this next clip is Tom Homan again. And this dude is just a beast. And when he did this, at first I was just like, oh, this is badass. They're going to troll these guys. But then I started having some conversations with some people and started thinking this a little bit deeper. And I was like, holy shit, let's think about what we're just talking about, going at their financial structure. Well, when these people don't get paid anymore, right? Because the George Soros, the train of money has been attacked. What do they tell them? Hey, we're going to find ways to get money to you. Well, these people all still have normal jobs and regular jobs. We're not talking about the stay behind units or the gladio operators, but we're talking about the normal useful idiots, right? Well, they still got normal jobs, and so that can sustain them. And then Tom Homan busted out this move, and this shit is legit. Check this out.
These people who want to, say follow ICE, and film ICE, you know what? You can protest. They have that right. But when you cross that line, and we've proven it, if you interfere or impede or assault an ICE officer, you will be prosecuted. And one thing I'm pushing for right now, Laura, we're going to create a database. Those people that are arrested for interference, impediment, assault, we're going to make them famous. We're going to put their face on TV. We're going to let their employers in their neighborhoods, in their schools, know who these people are. Because as you said, a lot of these people, they say they're taking time off work to protest. I bet you a lot of them are calling in sick. I bet you a lot of their employers don't know what they're doing. But we're going to make sure everybody knows who they are. We're going to broadcast. They want to broadcast the ICE officer that was nearly killed all over the internet. We're going to broadcast every one of these people we arrest.
When he makes the statement, they were probably calling in sick, he's not being funny, folks. What he means is once they identified these people as part of their investigation, especially because a lot of these people are wearing masks, they're going to make excuses. So that wasn't me. I wasn't a part of that. So you got to prove it. Some of these people alibis are going to be like, oh, I was at work. I'm at this. So when he makes the statement, and I'm referencing Holman here, that some of them were probably calling in sick, I think, is because they already did the investigation. They've already contacted these employers, and they already found out that these, oh, no, so-and-so, John Smith or Jane Smith wasn't at work. They called in sick that day. That's how they know them. That's how they do it. So a couple of things. This, one, it's going to get them fired from their employers, so they're going to lose that income. Two, it's going to create embarrassment for them. What do you say? School boards, PTA, things, different things like that. This is weaponizing that these people are no longer going to be able to operate under anonymity. It's gone. And they're going to get exposed. This becomes a deterrent. Again, not for the professionals, not for the gladio operators, but this becomes a deterrent for the people the useful idiots, the people that join this, that give it that organic feel. This is how you deter them. This is brilliant. And I 100% hope that they take this model and apply it everywhere. You want to quash these fires quick. This is a very quick way to do that. So solid. Then we get into, again, this one's from January 16th, so about 6-7 days ago. Holman to meet with Trump on invoking the Insurrection Act. They know this guy means business. He's going to go meet with Trump. And a lot of people thought, okay, here it comes. And I think that is what they wanted. You know, here it comes. But it didn't happen. So we do a pause. And then we bring it to, coming out of Real America's Voice, subpoenas being hand-delivered to Waltz and Frey, arrests to follow. John Solomon, if you guys are not aware, you haven't heard some of the conversations that me and Josh have had on DEF CON or Q After Hours with Brad. You know, there's an interesting story that follows John and information that was given to him and kind of put him into the limelight of, I wouldn't say, you know, being read in very deep, but him operating from a place where he's got access to sources that not a whole lot of people, very, very few people have. And when this guy reports, it's definitely significant to things that are coming. So with you understanding that, let's take a listen to this. This is about 3 minutes.
Is there any sense that people are working around the clock and working weekends to sort this mess out?
There is, and I think the most important day was January 12th, Monday, January 12th, because that is when the grand jury in Fort Pierce, Florida, for the first time convened to look at the grand conspiracy case. I have seen enormous activity by federal prosecutors all across the country since that day. Documents being pulled, people being briefed, questions being asked, evidence being gathered. There is an effort to put together a conspiracy case that the government was weaponized to deprive Donald Trump and his followers of their civil liberties by falsely pursuing them for criminal charges when there was no evidence to do so. That will take you all the way back to Jack Smith and Lois Lerner, 2014 IRS, all the way to Jack Smith 2024, and the prosecutions that ultimately were dismissed by Judge Eileen Cannon. And ironically, that will all be in Eileen Cannon's district. It looks like that's where the grand jury is based. Now, separate of that, there is the Democrat machinery, the fraud machinery, and the possibility that's an election strategy. You saw Friday night that the confirmation that Waltz and Mayor Fry are being criminally investigated for obstructing the ICE activities. But that investigation is broader than just interference in ICE. It's also looking at whether a willful and blind eye was turned to the fraud, because the fraud was essential to a Democrat election strategy. And so that grand jury in Minnesota is looking at more than that. There could be subpoenas delivered today or tomorrow, hand delivered to the governor and the mayor of Minneapolis. That is a big moment. I would not be surprised to see the Minnesota Attorney General also receive a grand jury in the next couple of days, because these whistleblowers, these state workers, are now cooperating with federal investigators. Rand Paul confirmed that on Friday. So you have a federal criminal investigation, congressional investigation, looking at this strategy that the president just tweeted out in the story I did. Then the final piece of the puzzle, and I think this could have indictments or arrests as early as this month, based on my reporting, is they're looking at who is funding these protests, who is obstructing ICE, who are the funders, the orchestrators, the facilitators of these riots and these efforts to impede lawful enforcement. I think that could be the first sign of indictments, that we could see arrests and indictments as early as the end of this month, based on the activity I'm seeing in the field. I think the Florida grand jury, we're probably looking at between now and early spring before we see the activities there. But for the first time, the resources are in place, the evidence is gathered, and now real grand jury activity that can result in real charges beginning to happen. Now, they got to deliver, right? It's one thing to have the process, it's another thing to deliver. So I'll have to see if they deliver, but the machine is rolling.
The machine is rolling. Now, shout out Frodo Baggins, man. Straight tipped some Bitcoin in the Rumble wallet. Thank you. I don't know if those disappear or not, so I just want to make sure I read it. I do the Rumble rants at the end of the show, but I don't know if those Rumble tips disappear. So again, shout out Frodo Baggins. $20 over there into the Rumble wallet with Bitcoin, man. That's pretty freaking awesome. Thank you for that. That is such a cool thing that Rumble created for us. So thank you for that. Here it is, folks. The machine is rolling. subpoenas. I mean, if we look at, an indictment coming down for, a governor, pretty big damn deal. And again, the conversation we just came off the heels from, this is one of those things that starts to get people to recognize and accept that this is not a shock to the conscience, and there's investigations, and there's been a course of narrative that's prepared everybody to hear this. So then we get back into kind of the insurrection. I'm not gonna play the video because all it's Trump really saying. Well, let me play it just so you can hear, because I know you guys get pumped up like I do when we hear Trump talk about the Insurrection Act.
What's the trigger for the Insurrection Act in Minnesota? What are you waiting for?
Well, the Insurrection Act, which has been used by 48% of the presidents as of this moment, the Insurrection Act also, if you look at it, I believe it was Bush, the elder Bush, he used it, I think, 28 times. It's been used a lot. And if I needed it, I'd use it. I don't think there's any reason right now to use it. But if I needed it, I'd use it. It's very powerful.
He's teasing them. If I need it, I'll use it. There's precedence there. What do you say? You have he said, what, Bush 28 times. You have all these presidents that have used it, all the way even going into when we're dealing with a lot of the civil rights things back in the day. So he's saying, listen, I recognize the precedence is there. My attorneys, and what he's saying there is that my attorneys have already briefed me on all this. We're squared away on it. And if I need it, I'll use it. So he's not really allowing them to decide when or to predict when he's going to deploy it. And we saw things get pretty, crazy here in Minnesota. Now, did things kind of taper down because of the weather? That's definitely a possibility. We can't write that off. So as this weather kind of comes to control, early next week, we'll see if it picks up again. And if it doesn't, well, then we got to see what the adjustments are. And we'll probably start seeing these subpoenas and these investigations coming through. Kingsley Wilson says the Department of War is proud to support our DOJ and law enforcement partners as they deliver justice to restore order and protect the American people. Promises made, promises kept. This is what I was telling you guys about. Pentagon to dispatch dozens of military lawyers to Minneapolis amid the immigration crackdown. Again, they ended up, Hegseth wanted them to bring him 60 names. Out of those 60 names, they had the intentions of selecting 25. They did pick 25 of those judge advocate generals, and those 25 have been sent to Minneapolis. Or at least they've been ordered to Minneapolis. I don't know if they've arrived on scene just yet, but they've already gone ordered to be sent there. My personal opinion, I don't think that this is just on the immigration crackdown. I think this also has a lot to do with Pam Bondi firing 6 of those judicial officers. I think this has a lot to do with them. If they're JAG, they're probably going to be operating out of these court buildings. They're probably going to be operating out of the prosecutor's office. They're probably going to be there where they get to see what's going on. Sorry, hey, we're looking for this. We're trying to do this. They get to monitor. These are the best of the best. You're not going to be able to pull it past these guys. And they're going to see, and they're going to be able to help with these cases. They're also going to be a source for the law enforcement side that wants to enforce these laws. So, and that's just, 25 is a lot. That's a lot, folks. That's like sending, like an entire DA's office over there. It's a big deal. And I don't know if people, understand the gravity of that. To kind of wrap up the Insurrection Minnesota segment, I got this little video for you guys. We'll get your guys' take from it, and then we'll shift gears into the Shills, and then we got some more stuff coming.
I actually think this is an amazing moment for the Muslim community in America. I think they could really put their best foot forward and maybe even gain some popularity with some people on the right. I mean, you all know what happened, right, with the ICE agent and the woman who was driving. Everyone, no matter what side you're on, everyone has a very strong opinion about what happened, right? It's like still untrue. I'm sorry for bringing that up. I know that's really controversial. Back to the heartwarming topic of civil unrest in Minnesota. If Renee Good, the woman who was driving the car and she got shot, if she had just been Muslim, or if we actually allowed Islam to expand in Minnesota, she wouldn't have been driving at all. And that would have saved a lot of people right now, right?
In case you're missing what she's talking about, she's saying she wouldn't have the, as a woman, she wouldn't be able to drive, because this is the way some of that extremism stuff works. So, it's dark humor is what I'll call it, because think about that. If we just allow an ideology to just take over our communities and enforce their stuff, well, then these things won't happen. We won't have to deal with it. Let's just make American women dress up like ninjas, have no rights, allow men to beat them and have authority over them and take us back into the dark ages along with everything else. And hey, so be it. That's not the way it works. And again, like I said, it's dark humor, but it's humor that's meant to make a point. With that, we're going to get into the shills, just kind of break from this stuff. And then when we come back on the other end of the shills, and the shills part is pretty short. I think we have probably about an hour left of the show, as I kind of gauge where we're at, maybe a little bit more, a little bit less. We'll see. But let me clear out these real quick just to make it easier for me to gauge some stuff, folks. And while I'm doing this, smash that thumb, hit the heart, leave a comment, and I'll appreciate that. So here's one of the guys that I called out in the very beginning, and a lot of you didn't like it, and that's okay. Because I was right. You got Dan Bazillion, right? He says, if you're more afraid of liberals than your government, then you aren't paying attention. Here's my question. Why didn't he post something like that under Biden? Why didn't he make a post about, if you're not afraid of you're afraid of liberals more than the government, as J6ers are being deprived of their constitutional rights, and over 1,000 J6ers, being thrown in solitary confinement. Parents, moms at PTA meetings, for their or school board meetings are having the FBI run surveillance on them. Catholics are having not only the FBI, but the IRS target them. You're having Americans that are, like myself, that are being put Quad S. Well, why didn't he feel that way then? And here's the answer, folks, because it's an agenda. These clowns don't even understand politics. They get a script, they have their marching orders, whether they're being paid, compromised, leveraged, or all of the above. This is why they're there. The sole purpose is to take their influence and use it to subvert the president, because that's the only way they can get to destroying this country. So he's the icebreaker for this conversation, but we're definitely not done. He got the call. Email Strong says, Nick Fuentes says it's time to kick the anti-Semites out of America First movement and refine what it means right wing. Nick Fuentes is an interesting character. One, I absolutely am not a fan of this guy. I have absolutely loved his takes on Candace, and I think we do have one here. But he is another chaos agent. He is controlled opposition. He is meant, it is my opinion, I've shared this before, Candace Owens' entire mission was to self-destruct this entire MAGA America First, create division, create chaos, and in the process destroy her own credibility, because that's how far she's had to go, and she has gone that far. And she thinks that she was going to be the replacement of Charlie Kirk. She wasn't. They never wanted her to be. This guy is who the deep state had their eyes on. And that's why a lot of you, including myself, found ourselves like, we're kind of aligning with him on some of these thought process. But if you pay attention to a lot of stuff he says, you realize, no, he's that same lunatic that we know. And I'm going to have 3 videos that share that. And here's the first one.
I've been very disappointed in the masses. And I talked a little bit about this on Telegram, but it seems that, we're sort of in a bubble of anti-Semitism. We're in an anti-Semitism bubble. It is an out-of-control bull market driven by animal spirits. And I think we're at the high water mark. It's ready to pop. And you can see this everywhere, because it used to be the case for many years that to be in the America First position, it was totally untouchable, totally radioactive. Nobody even agreed with it. No one even understood it. No one knew the relevant information, the relevant facts. And in a span of a couple of years, that is completely inverted. And now if you're not anti-Semitic, Israel critical, whatever you want to call it, That is actually the deeply unpopular position. And so what has happened is that the ranks have been filled with tons of people that literally just got red-pilled in the past year or two. And they don't really have a sound understanding of politics in general, of the issues. And as a result, many of them, because they're uninitiated, they're being manipulated by people that are just not really on the same page as us. They're being manipulated by communists, by Islamists, third worldists, and they've kind of lost sight of things. This is a perfect example of it. For many years, we would say the war in Iraq was a mistake. Why? We were there for 25 years. We're still there. It cost us trillions of dollars. It's on the other side of the world. It's debatable if we benefited from it at all. We know that a special interest group certainly benefited from it, and that is the Israel lobby. It is for those reasons that we said the Iraq war is terrible. But now it seems like we have joined forces with other people that have criticized the war in Iraq, leftists, Muslims. They're sympathetic for different reasons. They'll criticize anything the U.S. government does, any military intervention. And when you look at an intervention in Venezuela, this is in our neighborhood. It comprises a core U.S. interest, which is articulated in the Monroe Doctrine to have no outside influence in our hemisphere. It was quick, it was cheap, and it is not debatably in the interest of the United States. And like I said, we'll lay that out. But I think this is going to be a year of refinement. And we have to lay down the law that this is a right-wing movement.
And with that, we'll just jump right into the next one.
Foily sent $50.
We love you,
Ron
buddy.
Paul era got me and think local. Act local mindset. If we all live in same northern rural county, there would be no crowded highways. We elect each other to board. We build a county seat with beautiful stone buildings and cobblestone streets of old. We'd have our own sheriff department. This is the system our English-speaking founders built for reason.
Yeah, that's just like a goyish way of looking at it. Jewish people are getting in on the drone and AI industry, and white people are like, what if we built a general store? What if we built a general store and what if we built a church brick by brick, a beautiful stone building? What if we became farmers and we had a general store and we had a main street? And Jews are building autonomous drones. Jews are taking over police departments with autonomous law enforcement missile surveillance drones. They're building robots. They're building submarines and drones and cars and ICBMs and nuclear power and desalination. And white people are like, what if we had a town? What if we had a town of only white people? What if we had a town of just white people? And we may have to sweep our own streets. We may have to grow our own food, but it's only going to be us white people. And eventually we gonna have our own country. It's and Jews are building fucking nukes and missiles and rocket ships and fucking robots. I will never understand the goyish mentality. See, this is why you need me. I'm Italian, okay? I'm an ethnic. Italians think like the Jews because we are also a city-dwelling people. We're not like the Germanic tribes. We're not like the sheep herders, okay? We're not the fucking farmers. Italy was city-states. It was trade. It was commerce. The Roman Empire, we think differently. We think like them. And we have a civilizational mindset. You people have a mindset of what if we built some walls and we worked the land for 1,000 years? It's we can't do that. We don't have enough time, guys. It's also not the 17th century. There have been some developments such as human flight, the steam engine, automobile, discovery of electricity and fossil fuels, and more is happening every day. And we have to be at the cutting edge of that, okay? We need to be at the cutting edge of technology and industry instead of thinking about how are we going to build a whites-only town? What if we put up a fence and said, y'all can't move here anymore? And then you say, well, what if the government kills you all? And they're like, that ain't going to happen. You're like, okay, what if the government kills all of you? Here's a crazy idea. They take over the government and then they just come and kill all of you because they have nukes and planes. What, are you just counting on that not happening? We can't beat this whole return to the land thing. It's just castrating white people.
I know it's frustrating, folks, but you got to hear the agenda of these people. It's how you develop your conversation to counter it. Because here's the thing. There's a lot of Charlie Kirk. One of the things that made him so important was the demographic, the targeted audience that he was reaching. And in the absence of Charlie Kirk, and granted, they're trying to get things rolling and all that, but still, he was the pinnacle figure of that age group. And that's why this was all orchestrated, folks. This is why that assassination took place, because now you have all the snakes that are vying to fill that vacuum, to hit that targeted group. And if we don't maneuver this correctly, if we don't expose the right people, if we don't understand, especially with that targeted audience, what it's looking for, what they're looking to hear, what their concerns are, but also how to deliver the information to them, we're going to lose them. These clowns, they're pushing a script, they're pushing an agenda. But why were they picked? They were picked because they know how to deliver that agenda to that targeted group. And so why do we listen to them? We listen to them because we have to understand how that message is being delivered, so then we can turn around and then deliver the truth in the same in the same kind of formula. Obviously, you don't have to sound moronic like this, but you get the way they work. You know, what is the tone and tempo of their speak on these podcasts, how they deliver it. This is how we combat it. So with that, I'm going to pain you with one more of him, but it's only 35 seconds. And it's pretty bad, if not worse.
Sometimes you got to be the villain. Epstein's my boy, dude. Let's just be honest. Epstein was cool as fuck. There, I said it. What are you going to do? Go ahead, cancel me. Yeah, I said it. Jeffrey Epstein was cool as fuck. Now what? Go ahead, cancel me. Do it. So sometimes we have to be the villain. Sometimes we have to be on a villain arc. That's okay. I'll be a little unpopular. I've been unpopular before. I like it better.
I mean, some would argue that that was straight self-destructive. Now, here's something to consider, because you got to have multiple theories and contingencies. I don't like Nick Fuentes, probably for the same reason a lot of you guys don't. And I was one of the first ones to call him out, especially when Jake Shills and all these guys, Dan Baziri and all these guys came into the sphere of the conversation involving Israel. There was just things that I captured and I understood, or I recognized, I'll say. Part of me wonders, because he is doing some things that are absolute self-destruct, and he's doing some stuff that are destroying a lot of people's momentum in that movement. Part of me wonders if he was specifically planted as a double agent. I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying I'm entertaining this possible concept of, was he sent in to steal a lot of that audience because of the shared beliefs with all these, you know, the J Crew and all these other weirdos, the Ian Malcolms and the Truth Tellers and all these retards. If he was meant to go in there, develop these loyalties, create this rapport, kind of like what they do on our side, the infiltration, right? To create the division. If that's what his purpose was, to go in there, become one of the notable figures, have these people praise him and worship him like a bunch of clowns, and then come around and say such things that are so absurd that even the useful idiots will be like, I'm stepping back from that, which is what the comment he just did is. Is this guy trying to create chaos on their side of the movement? And if he is he doing it at the behest of the good guys? I don't know. It's something to monitor. But like I said, a lot of you probably have the same opinion as I do of him, which makes us not want to think in that kind of mindset. But we have to, because that's just how crazy this psychological warfare is. And if they do it to us, we would have to be crazy to think that we don't do it to them. So let's move on to the next idiot. And this would be Candace. Candace Owens questions that the CIA used ancient Sumerian technology to look into Charlie Kirk's funeral. Not making it up, folks.
You know what I wanted to talk about today? However, I'll save it for tomorrow. But this Project Looking Glass in the CIA, I wonder what they saw. Looking into the future, stealing not Egyptian, but Sumerian technology, which is what they did. These are culture vultures. These Gypsies is what they are. They wear whatever mask they need to. Do I have to pretend to be Catholic? Do I have to pretend to be Jewish? Do I have to pretend to be Muslim? No, they're thieves. They're glorified thieves is what these people are. And they've always been this since the beginning of history. And they stole some Sumerian technology that allowed them to predict outcomes. And that technology stopped working in 2012. We're going to get into that tomorrow. I find it to be fascinating. I wonder if they saw Charlie Kirk. Anyways, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Now, let me tell you why I think Candace has brought in some topics into her Charlie Kirk timeline. She's been getting wrecked lately, especially with the conversation of Mitch Snow and the loss of credibility he has and some other ones. Like, she's been getting annihilated by real people, and she understands that. We'll get into a little bit more on the next Just Alpha as well. I don't want to get ahead of some things because I'm waiting for some other things to come down the pipe. But she's been getting annihilated. So she knows that there are a lot of conspiracy theorists, myself included, that understand Project Looking Glass. And I kind of talked about what I understand it to be. I think it's more of like predictive analytics with quantum AI and artificial intelligence and all that good stuff, right? But nonetheless, she's bringing people into her fold to have something. This is what you do. This is how you develop rapport, right? This is how you bring in an audience to develop this relationship. I'm going to bring in stuff I know that they like and they agree with, and I'm going to say these things that they like, and I'm going to get them to say yes a bunch of times, like if I was a car salesman. So when I go to ask them if they want to buy it, they say yes, because I've had them saying yes for the last 2 hours. Well, she's doing that, but she's doing the long-term game of this and bringing them in. So this way, then when she brings it back to the Charlie Kirk thing, these people that do subscribe to Project Looking Glass or plug in whatever conspiracy you want, they're like, well, we agree with this. Maybe she's right about that. And that's how she keeps people to think that this movement of her attack on Charlie Kirk's still alive. It's not. It's falling apart. But let's get into the next one. And let's take a listen here.
So he was pulled out of the regular school he was attending, and he had to go to some special school for the gifted, like he was an X-Man. He said he thought he was a time traveler. He went to a special school. And yeah, it's very interesting that these programs existed. I honestly think I was spared. So interesting to hear you say if they wanted to transfer you to a special academy, because the same thing happened to me. I took the test. It was 3rd grade, I remember. And all the kids got their state test exams back, and mine was late. And I was sitting in Miss Balistreri's class. And then they brought my mom in, and they were like, Candace got a very high score on this, and we'd like to put her in what was called the Extraordinary Learners Program. And after being in a couple of these classes, they then said to my mom that we would like to pay for her to go all expenses to this academy, King Low Haywood private school. And my mom was like, well, you should go to this. This is an amazing opportunity. And then I started bursting out in tears, crying, being like, Mom, please don't make me go. We had just changed schools, elementary schools. And I was like, I just made new friends again. I do not want to make new friends. Essentially, I promise I will be an idiot. Just do not make me change schools. And I wonder, first off, I did. I then purposely was trying not to do the best.
Sometimes being gifted doesn't feel like a gift. Nobody seems to understand you. Sometimes they're even scared of you. Wouldn't it be great if you didn't have to worry about hiding your gifts anymore? Hi, I'm Jubilee, and it wasn't that long ago when I felt that way too. But then I became a student at Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, and everything changed. At Xavier's, you'll meet students and even teachers who are just like you and understand everything that you're going through. Under the guidance of world-renowned geneticist Professor Charles Xavier, you'll learn how to control your gifts while also getting the education and training that you need to succeed in the fast-paced world of 1983. So why be alone when you can make some excellent new friends here? Xavier's is no ordinary school, because let's face it, you're no ordinary student. Thanks, Jubilee. You were right. Xavier's is totally rad.
Operators are standing by.
She's an X-Men, folks. Her words, not mine. This next one, shout out Golda Gamari. I'll be going on her show. She'll be coming on mine again. Pure evil. And this goes back to that conversation. Remember I tell you about what's going on in Iran? That we at least know it's true because both sides are arguing that it's happening. They're just trying to blame each other for it. Well, here's a quick clip that shows Candace's position on this.
So many people, oh my gosh, you won't believe what these radicals are doing. And of course, it just seems to be that whenever Bibi Netanyahu's around the corner, like, hey, I want that piece of land, suddenly our media starts telling us, hey, you wouldn't believe how free these people are trying to get in Iran. These people are really, woo, we need to free the Iranians. Oh, they've been living in oppression. Bibi is over here like, ooh, land. Oh, no, really? It's about spreading democracy. Code word, that's military code word for dropping bombs and stealing a bunch of stuff that is.
Y'all can keep defending it. We've proven at length how inaccurate she is and everyone else that's subscribed to that. And this will be the last one from her as we shift into the next person that we got to make sure continues to be exposed. This is a quick one.
I had a dream. I had a dream. I had a dream. And like I said, this one was clear. I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. I had a dream, and I feel as strongly about the dream that I had that Charlie was betrayed by people closest to him. Never ignore your subconscious. That's why I say I pay attention to my dreams.
Have you ever had a dream that...
No, you had a dream. Charlie told you he was... Yeah, Charlie told me that he was betrayed. Charlie was sitting on the patio, and he was eating hummus. And he's like, this is the best hummus I've ever tasted in my life. I had a dream. It was so clear. I promise you. You can actually fact check this with Village Crazy Lady, my girl Mel.
You do.
Loving your emails, telling me about your dreams. People in Turning Point had dreams. Dreams can give you some sort of intuition, and I certainly think that mine gave me a lot of intuition. Oh, the cool kids don't pay any mind when they have a very vivid dream. And Charlie in the dream says he was betrayed. Oh, the cool kid, that's so, haha, it's not cool. I have been having a lot of dreams.
You want
Candace Owens, and to try to paint her as a crazy person because she had a dream. And I'm sticking with the dream. I'm sticking with the dream. But many people actually had dreams, and they email me them all the time. And I had another vivid dream. The dream was so vivid. It was like, if you've ever seen Harry Potter, they're just going on vibes in a dream on the Candace show. That's it. She had a dream, and now she's just blindly pointing the finger at everybody. Tell me who betrayed you. It wasn't until the third week after his death that finally one face came through in this dream. It came through as clear as day around the corner of the restaurant. And it was
you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
Sorry, that was a dream that I had.
I mean, that's just, this woman's nuts. But worse than being nuts is she's cruel. Because here's the thing, dreams are very real. And many of you have probably experienced dreams that have impacted your life, saved your life, warned your life, had some type of impact on your life. And she knows that. And that's why she is using that narrative and that script to emotionally hook people that have experienced this in their life to create this connection when the connection on her side is completely inauthentic. You can't say that you have sources and evidence and receipts and then turn around and say, well, no, it's from a dream. This woman has weaponized emotions against her audience so horrifically. And I have seen it. I've seen a portion of you in my audience have continued to defend her, even in the complete, obvious insanity. And sometimes you got to learn the hard way. And to each their own on that. But what the rest of us are all seeing here is complete freaking insanity. So now let's move on to the next person. Opposite of guys like Dan Bazira and Jake Shills, Frost84 says, actually, I do. We should never sugarcoat anything when others break our laws. And she's referring to Sean Strickland, says, Trump for 10 years promising mass deportation. Joe Rogan after supporting Trump. We don't want armed men taking people. Actually, Rogan, we do. If you are here illegally, you're a criminal, and we want armed men to send you back to your country. Shout out Sean Strickland, MMA fighter. That's what I'm talking about. And you're going to see more and more people who have kind of just, hung out in the shadows, not really engaged in this shit, that they're just tired of it. They're tired of seeing some of their counterparts in their industries come out and push this bullshit to the American population, push this bullshit to because a lot of them have shared fans and shared audiences, and they're tired of this shit. And that's why you're getting people like this to come out, because Sean likes Rogan, come out and say, no, man, you're wrong. And we voted for this shit. They're letting these people know that, listen, you're going to start getting pushback. And we'll see what the guys like Rogan and others do with that. Takes us into this one. Eyal Jacoby puts breaking. Danalush directly calls out Tucker Carlson, must watch. This one's a little bit longer. We have 2 long clips that we're watching. This would be one of them. And I might skip over the other one, but this one we'll listen to.
Ryan Sabadero was the one that I saw this from. I guess it was Tucker Carlson's newsletter that came out. I don't read it. I don't read that. I've got a lot of other stuff that I read for my own program. But apparently he compared the woman who was shot in, he was talking about Minnesota, Venezuela, and Gaza. Kind of sounded like he was sort of downplaying what was happening in Iran. And I just thought that was kind of, why would you downplay it? That was the most that he's talked about Iran in the past 2 weeks, though, was just the one little mention in the newsletter, which I always think is incredibly significant when you're trying to figure out what people's priorities are, is you what they don't focus on. But I noticed in this newsletter, when he just kind of touched on Iran, talking about Venezuela, talking about Minneapolis, he compared Renee Good to Charlie Kirk in his newsletter. And I was reading this. He was saying that 37-year-old was an American citizen and the mother of a kindergarten-age child. So why did she leave her child? I was really shocked by this. He said that it was a tragedy, regardless of political affiliations. A woman got shot in the face. He sounds like the left here. I'm reading this and I'm like, this is something that I would see in The Atlantic. This is something that I would see on Ms. Now, MSNBC or whatever. I'm just kind of shocked to see it here. Furthermore, to make the comparison, and I've read the whole thing at this point, unfortunately, to make this comparison and to try to act like in any way that these are the same or that it's indicative of some sort of overbearing police state where he says violence around the world is desensitizing Americans to violence at home. And why are so few conservatives viewing this story through a human lens? Well, spare a thought for the border agent who almost got killed, will you? And then something similar like the killing of Charlie Kirk happens, et cetera, et cetera. So he just Melissa Hortman, Renee Good with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk wasn't trying to kill someone with a deadly weapon. Are you comparing stalking and harassing ICE all day, abandoning your kids to go stalk and harass ICE, then use your vehicle to box them in while they're conducting an operation to send back a lot of the people in the list that I mentioned, the child rapists, the murderers? I mean, we listed their crimes pretty specifically. They are out there defending those individuals, and then they decide to use their vehicle as a deadly weapon and gun it towards an ICE agent, all captured on multiple cameras, leaving zero question as to the intent of the driver. And you're comparing that to Charlie Kirk, who was simply debating in the public square? I expect the left to do this. And I at least expect people who cosplay as being members of the quote-unquote right to pretend or at least go along with it. But this is something entirely unbelievable. Because they're trying to set it up like, oh, it's a police state. In what way? That's really ultimately the intimation here. But to compare Renee Good to Charlie Kirk and then try to indict conservatives for some lack of compassion because a woman chose to play chicken with her own life, that's somehow reflective upon the character of conservatives, that's asinine. What happened to Tucker? Now, I would talk to him about it, but he won't come on my show. He's told me that verbatim. He will not come on because I guess it's because I'm not an Islamist apologist and I won't ask softball questions and I won't laugh and chuckle and go along with everything. I mean, it's unfortunate. I got to tell you, I get really tired of people who tell everybody else, well, if you have a problem, call me. If you have a problem, message me. And then when you do, they don't answer because they know that they're going to have to defend their position. These people are cowards. Absolute cowardice. Don't let it masquerade as anything other than exactly what I said that it was, because that's what it is, cowardice. Thanks for watching The Dana Show. Make sure to like, subscribe, ring the bell, and stay tuned for more content.
This is the fire that's going to start exposing some people. I'll bring us into the next one. Massey sounds alarm. I got a draft impeachment sitting on my desk. All right. Impeachment. Here we go again. Thomas Massey says the Justice Department is actively blocking transparency on the Epstein files and names Attorney General Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche as the holdup. Massey says the Epstein Files Transparency Act was written to force disclosure no matter who runs the DOJ, yet officials are still using what he calls illegal redactions. I'm going to address this, folks. Bear with me. The redactions are illegal, Rep. Massey. He warns DOJ culture will not change under the current leadership and confirms a draft impeachment of Bondi already exists. Even POTUS is now signaling dissatisfaction as documents remain withheld and accountability stalled. I don't know what it changes unless the president puts in someone strong-willed who will actually carry out campaign promises. Pam Bondi is now expected to testify before the Judiciary Committee, in early February after previously avoiding oversight. Transparency is being blocked. Time is running out. Now, people would hear that and be like, well, yeah, I agree with that. He has a point there. DOJ is supposed to release them, and Trump signed it. So what are you talking about, Alpha? Talking about Massey's lying. Massey is not privy to why the DOJ is doing some of these redactions. What were some of the reasons that that Bondi is allowed to do redactions of the DOJ? You can redact if it was a minor. You can redact if it's a victim. Or you could redact or maintain classified information if it's still part of an active investigation. And this piece of shit knows that. But he's trying to weaponize people's emotions. Oh, we want this. We want this. No, folks, and all you guys that are falling for this fluff that he's doing, he's trying to help the deep state. And you guys are so emotionally invested into this, like some of you are with Candace, that you can't see it because you want to stick with, well, this is what people are saying, and this is where my friends are, and this is where the trends are. Meanwhile, you're being manipulated. Because what have I been telling you for months? And I've been proven multiple times that I'm on the right course of this assessment. That there is a legitimate investigation. There is a legitimate RICO case that is going on with the Epstein files of what's going on. And that's why you're still seeing redactions. They can't compromise these active investigations, which is what he wants to do. The dude was working with Rokana. If that wasn't the biggest fucking red flag that you guys all should have teed off on. And I got a Rokana one coming up for you to prove my fucking point with that too. Well, Alpha, I'm new to the show. I don't really know what you're talking about and proving this. If you go all the way back to my post on social media, on X, formerly Twitter, February and March, when they were calling for the first impeachments of Pam Bondi, I told everybody then, Trump is going to have them begging for the Epstein files. We saw it go there. Let's fast forward a little bit through some other things. You can watch the other shows if you really want to know my complete analysis on this. But let's fast forward to when the DOJ memo came out, or it was the combined memo. Didn't have a signature, didn't have a date on it, but it had the FBI logo and it had the DOJ logo. And in that first page, in the middle of the page, that middle big paragraph, the author or authors of that memo, because we don't know who wrote it, made a statement. after systemic review of the Epstein case. That was important. I caught it. Just for you, for those that don't know me, my background's law enforcement. Working homicides, working operations, signing search warrants, doing informant management. Like this was my game. On the second page, I think it was the first or the second line, it was where Kash Patel and Dan Bongino said, after we've concluded an investigation into the suicide of Epstein. And why was that important? Because what the authors showed in this document was that they understood the distinction between a systemic review and an investigation. An investigation was done into Epstein's death, the suicide. And that's where they said, based on all the information we see, it was a suicide. But when it came to the Epstein file, the case, it said after a systemic review. Why is that important? Why does it prove what I know? Why is it proved? And Massey knows this shit, folks. It showed that there was a separate investigation going on. And so, Alpha, why would they do a separate investigation? Because if you're going to put this before a jury, or if you're going to put this before a grand jury, remember, we're protected by the Constitution. Even the most evil, satanic pedophiles are protected by the Constitution. Reasonable doubt, and you walk. Well, if you just attach, if good investigative agents go and just write supplemental reports, because if it's already a pre-existing investigation, your reports are all supplementals. If you're writing supplementals to an investigation that you know is corrupt, you know has perjury, you know it has fraud, you know it has concealed evidence, you know all this is there, then when you go present your case, that entire case gets presented to the jury, and any good defense attorney is going to use that prior fraudulent one to sow doubt. Well, this was corrupt and this was corrupt. These are all corrupt. You can't trust any of these guys that were doing good investigations. These guys walk free. So what you would do, and what I would do if they came to me, is I'd be like, okay, Pam, Attorney General, I will do a new RICO case. I'll do a systemic review of the pre-existing investigation. I'll see if there's any evidence I can extract from that. And then I'll also look to see any crimes that I can identify in that investigation that we can do in a RICO case as we investigate them. And that's what's happening. And this is why you saw the rush to try to get all this Epstein transparency thing, because the deep state knows it. And what did they do? All these black pillars, the people that we've been talking to, what did they do? They weaponized emotions and came out and said, Trump's protecting pedophiles. He said the Epstein, the Epstein case is a hoax. How can he say that about the victims? He never said it about the victims. He said that the FBI's and the Democratic's investigation was a hoax. The attorney for the Epstein victims has already came out and said Trump was the only person, not one of a few, the only person of notoriety that answered the call and provided actionable information that helped the Epstein victims. So what does that tell you? That tells you that he understood that their stories are real, but this investigation was a hoax. And I've talked about this at length, so I'm not going to rehash all the details of it, but I'm making that point here. If Massey's not telling, if Massey came out and he said, hey, look, America, hey, look, Republicans, Pam Bondi has not provided all the documents, and there's redactions here that are beyond the scope of someone who's a minor or a victim. Now, if Pam Bondi has an active investigation going on, then I don't want to compromise that. And if the DOJ says, hey, there's an active investigation going on, then I'll back off this. That would show that he's being sincere, because he's providing all the reasons that there could be redactions, and he wouldn't be trying to compromise that, but he's not. And instead, he's teaming up with people Rokana. So let's push on and get to that point so we can start flying through this. The president and his cabinet let this happen. All we need to do is get unanimous disapproval of Ned. Funding by the House Republicans was a statement from the president. This isn't 40 chess. We're losing a game of checkers. And he's quoting the Heritage Foundation that says, a complete betrayal of Americans who sent them there. Ned is radically left-wing enterprise and global. Ned is absolutely money laundering. But again, why is Massey trying to weaponize this as Trump and his cabinet let this happen again? Massey's part of the House. Massey's part of Congress. The only reason we even know about Ned or USAID is because of President Trump and his cabinet asking Elon and Doge that went and revealed all this to us. But he wants to put this on Trump again. Why? This is subversion. This is trying to put the onus on Trump and his cabinet instead of where it actually is. And it's the corrupt politicians. It's the corrupt Congress. That's where this is coming from. But he doesn't deliver it that way. Why? Because he has an agenda. Let's keep pushing on to fire through this. Now we get into Ro Khanna. This is Massey's BFF, right? They're the ones that teamed up for the Epstein case. Let's listen to what, and Massey hasn't came out and denounced this for all you that are wondering. So let's listen to what Ro Khanna has to say.
It was a shameful act to kill a 37-year-old mom, leaving her 6-year-old boy an orphan. That's why I have called for the arrest and prosecution of that ICE agent. ICE has gone rogue. We need accountability. Jasmine Crockett and I have a bill to ensure that ICE agents wear body cameras, don't have masks, have visible identification, and make sure that they have oversight from the Justice Department. I also recently visited in California, the California City Immigration Detention Facility. I met with 47 detainees, and I was horrified by their condition. Some had rocks in their food. Some were shivering because they didn't have clothes, long-sleeve clothes to wear at night. And one gentleman who had blood in his urine had not seen a doctor for 7 days. I have spoken extensively about the conditions that violate human rights in that detention center. We need to hold ICE accountable, and we need to uphold human rights in ICE facilities. This is the time for Americans to speak up.
That's Massey's boy, folks. Why ain't Massey working with Jasmine Crockett? Are you serious right now? Remember, that's Massey's boy. And guess what? Trump hadn't lied to you. Massey has. You remember Massey saying, I have the names of the list. Him and MTG. We're going to go and we're going to put these names out. And what did I say? I go, Massey ain't got that list. And then he actually acknowledged it and said, well, I know one name, but I haven't seen the list. The victims have this. Why'd you lie? And he got called out on it a couple of times. But y'all want to keep going down that route, you can. Judge denies Massey and Khanna bid for independent Epstein files monitor. It's not too long. I'm going to read through this because I want you guys all to have an understanding of this because it is important. And I imagine this is going to be talked about a lot here in the near future. It went a little too big. A federal judge denied a request from Reps Ro Khanna, Democrat California, and Thomas Massey, Republican Kentucky, to appoint an independent monitor to ensure the Department of Justice, DOJ, complies with the law mandating the release of all files related to Jeffrey Epstein. In a court order Wednesday, Judge Paul Engelmeyer of the Southern District of New York said he could not grant the lawmaker's request because the court does not have the authority to supervise the DOJ's compliance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which Khanna and Massey co-authored. The request came early this month in an amicus brief the lawmakers filed in the criminal case against Epstein's former girlfriend and accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, whose files are also required to be released under law. The legislation gave the federal government until December 19, 2025 to produce the files related to Epstein, allowing for few exceptions. These are the ones we talked about, largely to protect the privacy of the victims. But weeks after the deadline, the DOJ said it still had millions of documents to review that could be relevant to Epstein. Khanna and Massey, in a letter this month to Engelmeyer, called the DOJ's conduct a flagrant violation of the mandatory disclosure obligations under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, adding the DOJ cannot be trusted with making mandatory disclosures under the act. Massey and Khanna suggested a special master or independent monitor for the purpose of ensuring all documents and electronically stored information are immediately made public to be in accordance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Engelmeyer, in his ruling Wednesday, said he also received letters of support from an independent monitor from Epstein victims. The questions raised by the representatives and the victims are undeniably important and timely. They raise legitimate concerns about whether the DOJ is faithfully complying with federal law, the judge wrote. But, he said, he cannot grant the request, in part because Maxwell's federal criminal case does not give the court jurisdiction over or the authority to supervise DOJ's compliance with EFTA and a civil records disclosure salute. Engelmeyer also said that the Maxwell case does not address the implementation of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, so the members of Congress are asking the court to consider a new issue rather than help the court decide on a matter already done before it. Engelmeyer said Massey and Connor are within their legal right to file a separate lawsuit to request the independent monitor and are, of course, at liberty to pursue oversight of DOJ via the tools available to Congress. Both members expressed their appreciation for the judge's consideration of the request and pledged to move forward with their efforts to ensure compliance with the law. We appreciate the judge's thoughtful consideration of our letter, and we remain determined to force the DOJ to follow our law using the avenues available to us and the survivors, Massey said in a statement. We appreciate Judge Engelmeyer's timely response and attention to our request, and we appreciate his decision, Connor said. He said that we raised legitimate concerns about whether the DOJ is complying with the law. We will continue to use every legal option to ensure the files are released and the survivors see justice. Spoiler alert. They already knew this decision was coming down because both of them already have a team of attorneys that already explained this entire process to them. Why was this? Because it's all meant to create chaos and suspicion of Bondi, the DOJ, the FBI. Why? To subvert the confidence and the trust that people have in the president. That's what this is about. They knew the outcome to this. And they'll pursue another outcome, understanding the way the outcome of that's going to be. This is just meant to create consistent chaos, again, to attack morale, to create despair. That's what all this is about. Let's keep going, and we'll be finishing up with this section. I don't think people caught this, and I could be wrong on this, but this is how I saw this. Scoop, Musk shocks with $10 million donation in Kentucky Senate race. Now, why is this important? A couple reasons. Excuse me, I'm thirsty. One, well, it looks like Elon's not going to be starting a separate party like all the black pillars and panicins and fake MAGA told you he was, and we all said, no, he's not. He's exposing these grifters. He's kayfabing with Trump. Again, this supports that we were right and they were wrong again. But a little bit deeper, Kentucky's where Massey's at. And Massey's getting primered by a veteran. Is this a warning shot from Elon of, I'm going to be putting some money behind this guy that's going to be primarying Massey? I think we're going to find out. It's going to be interesting to see. But I take this as a warning shot to Massey of this is wrong to be sending some money. Because Massey's been out there begging for money. Anyways, it is what it is. We'll wrap up that section. And we're going to get into these next ones will fly by pretty quick, folks. You always say that, Alpha. I know. I think I do it more for myself, so I don't let the fatigue and tiredness get the best of me. Let's shift into gears now. General Michael Flynn, this is one of the quiet heroes of this administration. DNI Tulsi Gabbard has done more to expose two critical issues moving America forward over the long haul. Her and her team have identified, number one, mass election fraud that has occurred in U.S. elections for potentially decades, and specifically in the 2020 election. And number two, those who conspired to overthrow the United States of America. This is Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard drops another firebomb. Let's take a listen to what Tulsi has to say right here.
And lastly, sir, as you know, declassification and rooting out weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community is a huge priority. You know more than anyone else the very dangerous and negative consequences of that. I've got a long list of things that we're investigating. We have the best of the best going after this. Election integrity being one of them. We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers for a very long time and vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast. which further drives forward your mandate to bring about paper ballots across the country so that voters can have faith in the integrity of our elections.
I don't think this woman was ever really a Democrat. I think she infiltrated that over there. I think she's a hell of a service member. I think she's a hell of a soldier. And she's probably got a higher rank than a lot of us suspect. But nonetheless, what's going on? Let's bring it back to Venezuela and Maduro. And what did I put in that post on November 29th before any raid ever happened? And I told you guys how the raid was going to happen. I said immediately following one of two things, either Maduro, we're going to be told that he's dead, or we're going to be told that he's captured. And immediately following that, we're going to see this massive acceleration into the 2020 election and things that are being found out and located. And here we are, folks. It's been happening since his arrest. So let's move into Patrick Byrne, which is up on deck next. And let me zoom out of this just a little bit. We have it all says, Patrick, it's a screenshot of a post, says, Patrick, when will the indictment start? Patrick Byrne says, this coming week, hold your hats. They all missed their opportunity to come clean. And that's dated January 18th, 2026. And he's talking about, you see the post below that, Sequoia's incriminating files. Sequoia was an old U.S. election machine. And let's keep going through so that all these make sense and they file through. Alert. Connor Kennedy, son of R.K. Jr., dropped a bombshell on Anthony Fauci, declaring new Nuremberg-style trial for Fauci and everybody else involved. And this is Kara Casanova that I believe is doing the interview there, if I am correct. I believe it is. But anyways, let's take a listen to this. I want to package these all together to make my point. And here you go.
The auto pardons, the auto pen pardons, do you think that's something that will hold water? President Trump made that announcement that they're now null and void, so then Fauci can be arrested. Do you think he'll be arrested?
I think they're going to drag him in front of Congress and he's going to perjure himself, in which case hopefully he'll be arrested.
You could ask him one question on the stand. What would it be?
Well, I think he is such an egomaniac. He'll lie to save his own ego, to try to, go down as the guy that people were selling the candles of and stuff like that. I would like to see the emails that, obviously we got a trove of leaked emails from him. Part of those emails said, if you have anything really crazy to send, send it to my personal email. I would like to see what's on those emails. If I had to ask him one question, I would say, why do you do gain of function research? Just why?
Right.
Give us, if he really had to answer the truth on that and say bioweapons out loud, that would be a violation of the Geneva Convention, and off to a new Nuremberg style trial with you and everybody else involved.
Right. So if I ask you that question, you're Dr. Fauci, could you answer? Let me ask you the question though.
Yeah.
So I'm you and I'm saying, why do you make bioweapons? No, why do you do gain of function?
Well, let me be perfectly clear. There was a biodefense boom in America. The Pentagon was throwing money at me. And what am I going to do? I need the money. I approve the grant.
That's what he would say?
That's something like that.
If he was telling the truth, that's what he would say.
He was telling the truth. So what are we talking about? We're talking about prior elections. We're talking about Fauci. We're talking about all these people. Go back to thinking about Wisconsin with Waltz and Fryer. Just think of all these people that are coming to the forefront. We're going to shift into the Clintons here. The Davos part I'm going to save for the next Just Alpha, because I want to make sure we cover the Clintons, and then I want to make sure I cover the tail end of it. And in the interest of time, we're going to go there. Let's see. You got that tie, Alpha? I got some pretty cool ties. I even got bow ties. Like I used to love to dress up for court. It was a thing. But anyways, don't squirrel. You got me. Kudos to that. Who was that? Lonesome Fugitive. Got me with the squirrel one. But let's take a listen to John Solomon. And I just want you to think about all the cases that we're talking about tonight as he talks about. This is the longest video we're going to watch tonight. This is about 6 minutes, but it is important. But I want you to think about all the stuff we talked about, and also think about, because we're going to be talking about it here shortly as well, is the Clintons ignoring these subpoenas. And this will just kind of make more sense as you listen to them right here. And with that, let's take a listen to John Solomon and some Bannon.
Elections are rigged. We got to get to the bottom of which we're saying, Mr. President, we agree. Maybe you call the Justice Department and give them a heads up. John Solomon, what in the hell's going on here, sir?
Well, listen, I think what's happened is we're starting to see members of Congress who dug into the Somali fraud scandal, James Comer, Rand Paul, even Tom Emmer, the number 3 member in the House, number 3 leader in the House, all saying this was a business model. And the business model goes like this. First, overturn Donald Trump's plan to not count illegal aliens in the census. If you count them, then they go towards apportionment and they go towards federal fund distribution. So the liberals do that first. They reverse Donald Trump's plan to not count illegal aliens in the 2020 census. Then Biden opens the borders. Then the nonprofits, the liberal nonprofits, take taxpayer money and move those illegal aliens from the border to battleground states into blue sanctuary cities. Then they allow them to get on welfare, even though the law says you're not supposed to be on welfare as an illegal alien for 5 years. Then when the fraud starts, because that's the only way to keep these illegal aliens present in the cities, they turn a blind eye to that. Now, every one of those 5 sentences happened. What Comer, what Rand Paul, and what Tom Emmer and several other people are telling me is they're now beginning to see evidence that this was a master scheme, a master plan that the left and maybe some of its allies in foreign countries were working on together. Now, if that turns out to be true, it'll be one of the biggest stories of our lifetime. If the Democratic Party intended to have money stolen, borders broken down, and illegal mass migration into the battleground states to save the Democratic Party during a time when the country was turning more and more conservative, more red, more Trump red, that would be an extraordinary story. There's zero doubt that Congress is investigating it. Those 5 things all happened. If they are able to prove that it was part of a master plan and hold to account those who built the plan, executed the plan, it will be one of the most largest reckonings in American history.
John, with that, and you're kind of saying, hey, where's OMB been and where these guys have proven this have been for years, but you've got that, plus you got the deep state. Charlie Kirk's Student Action Summit in July, I said the most important thing we've got to do, the highest priority, is take it apart, because if we don't do it. Posobic's been putting up tweets over the last couple of days of people he's hearing just the low propensity, low information voters are the core of Trump's thing, saying, hey, man, I just don't see it. You came on this show, I think, back in July and talked about the conspiracy. That 4.5-minute clip is now going viral again. People are looking to you like, what the hell's going on here? Is this, are we serious? Because you see these things about the business model and we're sitting there going, yes, it's obvious. And people are talking about it, but we're burning daylight, as you know. Is there a sense of urgency anywhere? President puts out, hey, Omar last night, and it's like, we got it. Why is no one looking at her and the husband and her $30 million? You're dialed in. Is there any sense that people are working around the clock and working weekends to sort this mess out?
There is. And I think the most important day was January 12th, Monday, January 12th, because that is when the grand jury in Fort Pierce, Florida, for the first time convened to look at the grand conspiracy case. I have seen enormous activity by federal prosecutors all across the country since that day. Documents being pulled, people being briefed, questions being asked, evidence being gathered. There is an effort to put together a conspiracy case that the government was weaponized to deprive Donald Trump and his followers of their civil liberties by falsely pursuing them for criminal charges when there was no evidence to do so. That will take you all the way back to Jack Smith and Lois Lerner, 2014 IRS, all the way to Jack Smith 2024, and the prosecutions that ultimately were dismissed by Judge Eileen Cannon. And ironically, that will all be in Eileen Cannon's district. It looks like that's where the grand jury is based. Now, separate of that, there is the Democrat machinery, the fraud machinery, and the possibility that's an election strategy. You saw Friday night that the confirmation that Waltz and Mayor Fry are being criminally investigated for obstructing the ICE activities. But that investigation is broader than just interference in ICE. It's also looking at whether a willful and blind eye was turned to the fraud, because the fraud was essential to a Democrat election strategy. And so that grand jury in Minnesota is looking at more than that. There could be subpoenas delivered today or tomorrow, hand delivered to the governor and the mayor of Minneapolis. That is a big moment. I would not be surprised to see the Minnesota Attorney General also receive a grand jury in the next couple of days, because these whistleblowers, these state workers, are now cooperating with federal investigators. Rand Paul confirmed that on Friday. So you have a federal criminal investigation, congressional investigation, looking at this strategy that the president just tweeted out in the story I did. Then the final piece of the puzzle, and I think this could have indictments or arrests as early as this month, based on my reporting, is they're looking at who is funding these protests, who is obstructing ICE, who are the funders, the orchestrators, the facilitators of these riots and these efforts to impede lawful enforcement. I think that could be the first sign of indictments, that we could see arrests and indictments as early as the end of this month based on the activity I'm seeing in the field. I think the Florida grand jury, we're probably looking at between now and early spring before we see the activities there. But for the first time, the resources are in place, the evidence is gathered, and now real grand jury activity that can result in real charges beginning to happen. Now, they got to deliver, right? It's one thing to have the process, it's another thing to deliver. So we'll have to see if they deliver, but the machine is rolling.
Machine is rolling, and I don't know what happened over there on Facebook, but we might have lost Facebook. It happens. That's the information warfare zone, folks. But there you have it. And what was John Solomon saying based off his reporting? What we're seeing out there in Minnesota is more than what meets the eye. And this kind of goes into what I was talking about with those 25 JAG officers that were sent over there to supplement it. I think there's more duties than just immigration. And hearing John break that down makes me feel like I think we're on to something with that concept. So let's wrap this section up right here. Jack Unheard says, what? Trump says now that Maduro is in custody, his lawyers have learned some things about Venezuela voting software and possible 2020 election tampering. Who said that would happen back all the way on November 29th before a raid in Venezuela ever happened? This guy. So let's see what that is about.
Spoke earlier, Mr. President. You've been hearing from allies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Trump. Kara Castanova from Lindell TV. And you spoke earlier about the 2020 election. Now that Maduro is in U.S. custody and he was criminally charged, has any more information emerged that you could share with us regarding Venezuelan election software and Venezuelan ties to tampering with the 2020 election? And would you consider speaking to Maduro personally in prison in New York to get some answers on Venezuela's involvement with the 2020 election?
No, I don't think I would be doing that. I think my lawyers would be very unhappy if I did. Yeah, they've learned some things. Please.
What happens to the tariff threat to Greenland if the Supreme Court comes out and rules against you on the tariffs? And
they've learned some things. Bird singing, folks. Maduro's talking. That thing was orchestrated. There's a reason the dude had a smile on his face, was dropping a thumbs up, and all that weird shit surrounding his extraction went down the way it is. Buckle up. When these indictments and subpoenas start to roll out, you are going to see how far the deep state globalists and Democratic Party will go in destroying this nation for self-preservation. That said, rest assured that the good guys are prepared for every damn contingency when they do that. And then the last one in this section, then we're going to move into Hillary Clinton. FBI Director Kash Patel says 37 wanted cartel members transferred back to the U.S. from where? Mexico. Leaders of foreign terrorist organizations, the Sinaloa Cartel, CJNG, and more among the group. Charges including narco-terrorism, material support to terrorists, human smuggling, drug trafficking, and more. Huge achievement. President Trump's leadership and work with partners is breaking the cartels who have inflicted untold damage on Americans. No more. Thank you, Ambassador Ron Johnson, U.S. Ambassador to Mexico, and our partners for their great work. And so there you have it. Security Minister Omar Garcia Harfuch calls detainees high-impact criminals who pose threat to country security. So let me ask you guys a question. Let's ask ourselves a question. Wasn't Claudia Sheinbaum like talking all kinds of shit with President Trump about President Trump and America's action and the Department of War's actions when we went into Venezuela? Yeah, Colombia was, he was running his sock. Claudia Sheinbaum out in Mexico is running her sock. And then Trump made a statement. And for the record, I made this statement on DEFCON before it was ever talked about. When Trump started blowing up those narco boats, I said, after Venezuela, you're going to see strategic strikes in Mexico against the cartels. That's next. And then it was about a week ago, less than a week ago, Trump comes out and says, yeah, we are definitely considering land strikes on cartel adjacent people or property in Mexico. And then all of a sudden, 37 cartel members get sent to the U.S. from Mexico. It sounds like somebody got on the phone with old Claudia Sheinbaum and said, fuck around and find out. You want to give them to us? Or you want us to blow some shit up while we go get them ourselves? And so I think we'll probably still see some strikes, because once Trump says it, and he said it, you're going to see something, because that's how he uses, strength through peace. That's how he uses it in other countries. When this guy says something, he follows through. So you'll still see some type of strike that's going to happen in Mexico that will fulfill that obligation that he put out there. We won't say it was an obligation, but fulfill that rhetoric that he put out there. But again, this is significant, folks, because if Mexico, well, it's not if, they did, because Mexico sent 37 cartel members over here, that's a huge hit to the cartels, because it's also a threat to them, because that means they don't have the grab or the leverage on the Mexican government like they have before. And how that's playing out, I'm sure there's a bunch of tactical strategies and things like that going on over there in Mexico. But nonetheless, it's huge, because, again, Trump is securing central Mexico, South America, to make sure that we're protected. He's going after Greenland. And then Canada's on deck, folks. And I am seeing your guys' Rumble rants, and I will read those before we end the show and close the night in prayer. So with that, let me read our last ad here on Rumble, and we're going to bypass this and now get into the Clinton stuff, which will be wrapping up our show for tonight. And then, like I said, we'll be covering Davos because there's so many videos on that, and I don't want to rush through it because there are some important things that I want to cover. We'll be covering the Davos stuff on the other Just Alpha. So with that, let's do an Emerald Med ad, and let me go big screen with me, make it easier for you guys to screenshot that QR code. And here we go. It should pop up in the live chat while I'm doing this for you guys as well. If you guys want to come from the other platforms and grab it. I want to tell you about a law that just passed. Trump legalized hemp in 2018, but legislation just passed that bans almost all CBD plus hemp products by November. Hemp, not the same thing as marijuana. Hemp is a historic American commodity. George Washington grew it. Some colonies required percentage of the crops to be hemp, and colonists could even pay taxes with hemp. In 1930, before it was banned the first time, hemp was used in 25,000 products, generated $1 billion a year. For perspective, that's equal to 25% of the federal budget. Hemp holds tremendous potential for America's economy today. Here's what's been happening. A few powerful groups of pharma marijuana lobbyists have been pushing for this ban. This legislation makes CBD plus hemp products scientifically, financially impossible to make. This affects 325,000 jobs, wipes out thousands of American innovations. Innovations range from energy alternatives to durable building materials and even biodegradable plastic alternatives, which reduce microplastics and dependence on Chinese products. Like that. This bill will affect all of you, America, in ways you're unaware of. Click the Emerald link below to learn more about this bill, how to fight the ban. The company Emerald Med, who helps support channels like ours with ads, has been fighting this ban. They fought vaccine mandates during COVID and reached 120 million views in ads fighting mandates. Now they're fighting this ban and they need your help. So click the link below and learn more. Again, that link is in the Rumble chat now, and it'll also be in the description over there on Rumble. So if you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, if Facebook's even up and alive still, or the X channels, make sure you head on over to the description on Rumble and grab that and help these people out. So let me get us back situated, and let's wrap this up real quick with this Hillary Clinton segment. And we'll be calling it a night with the Rumble rants and a prayer. So we start off with the Oversight Committee. Congressional subpoenas are not suggestions. They are enforced by law. If they have nothing to hide, why didn't they show? If Democrats care so much about Epstein, why are they quiet about this? Contempt is coming. And again, I want to throw Massey under the bus on this. And he did say something. He actually did post one post after I called out his nonsense. I said, all these attacks on Bondi, all these attacks on President Trump surrounding Epstein, and Massey hasn't said a fucking word about Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton, the guy that in the Epstein files that got released, shows him almost naked with these women that are redacted. And again, if they're redacted, what does that mean? Either a victim or a minor. So if Bill Clinton's in the pool with women who are redacted, that means they're either a victim or a minor. Why isn't Massey coming out and saying, why isn't Bill Clinton? Why aren't we investigating Bill Clinton for these potential crimes? There's at a minimum reasonable suspicion. I would argue probable cause. Why isn't Massey calling for the investigation and arrest of Bill Clinton with these victims or a minor? If he cares so much about Epstein, all this attention, he focuses Trump, and he doesn't say anything about a former president. I thought it was about the victims. And the one time he does mention Clinton is, he defied a subpoena and he needs to be held accountable for that. Still doesn't mention the atrocities that Clinton allegedly looks like he's a part of based on those photos that got released in the Epstein files. But again, some of y'all want to think he's good. This video is pretty crazy. It's just under a minute. Let's take a watch.
Not enough for America's future that some participate and others don't. We have been given an extraordinary blessing. And at this moment in time, our country needs us. And we need people like George Soros, who is fearless and willing to step up when it counts. So please join me in welcoming George Soros.
It is the first time that I feel that I need to stand up and do something really and become really engaged in the electoral process in this country.
I mean, her words, right? That dude is vile. But she apparently loved him. We are going to see the end of Hillary Clinton in some capacity. You know, do we find out that she's passed away? That the Hillary Clinton saga is coming to an end. And I hope the way we get to visualize it is with her in handcuffs and being perp walked. The arrest is coming. The first one is not going to be the Epstein one or these things that we want, because again, remember, we're doing the icebreaker here. And so this again is going to show a former president and secretary and his wife that are going to get arrested for these subpoenas. This is the way they did to Bannon and Navarro. And it's going to show people that these things can happen. And then from there, it's just going to escalate. But damn, I can't believe the way she talks about Soros. We get oversight committee. It says there can't be two tiers of justice. The Clintons are not above the law. We will do everything in our power to hold Bill and Hillary Clinton in criminal contempt of Congress. The buck stops here. Rubber Duck comes, and I thought this was a pretty cool one that he put out. Remember 10/28/2017, Q famously stated in the first official drop, Hillary Clinton extradition already in motion with several countries in case of cross-border run, passport approved to be flagged effective. Expect massive riots organized in defiance and others fleeing the U.S. to occur. U.S. Marshals will conduct the operation while National Guard is activated. How we come full circle, almost as if there was a plan. Absolutely nailed it on that one, Rubber Duck. And what are we seeing right now? Trump had the military Secretary of War, Hegseth, create a QRF team that went deployable in every single one of our states January 1st. So we have that. We see the marshals have been working with some of the stuff. We have that. We see them trying to push the rights. Like everything, all the variables from this are being mentioned. We're right there, folks. We're right there. John Solomon says he can confirm that the DOJ and FBI has been secretly building a massive conspiracy case against the deep state. You guys are going to enjoy this one right here. Coming to an end, folks.
And I think next week, over the next 10 days, the base who's been wondering, where's all that accountability? They're going to get some big surprises over the next week concerning where the conspiracy began a few weeks before Crossfire Hurricane was open and when it ended, all the way in 2024, when they were still trying to pursue Donald Trump to keep him from winning the presidency. There's a big case that's been built by the Justice Department and the FBI. It's been masked by a lot of this infighting and drama and soap opera stuff. But the truth of the matter is, MAGA base Americans are going to be happy when they see where this is all heading in the next few weeks. Kash Patel's going nowhere. I hope Dan Bongino isn't going anywhere, but I do think he's going to take some time over the weekend to think that through.
So hold it. We got 3 huge leads there.
Yep.
Number one, I want to go back. You're saying the 10-year conspiracy against President Trump to try to thwart his first term, steal the second term,
right,
and basically surround him in his second term or third victory.
Yep.
That has been an ongoing investigation that the FBI has already doing.
Yeah.
Does the
There's
Brennan
been a conspiracy case? There was hinted at. In fact, this was hinted at, Steve, in some of the media reporting, but I've got to confirm there's a conspiracy case that was opened that looks at this window as a very large window. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a special prosecutor named by Pam Bondi in the next week or two. And why does this become significant? Because you don't have to necessarily then bring the grand jury or the indictment in Washington, D.C., where the 90% Democrat jury pool probably won't convict even if they had a murder. It allows them to go to someplace like Florida. One act of the overt conspiracy could very well be, Steve, that they raided President Trump's Mar-a-Lago house with false pretenses. And then you can bring the grand jury in Florida. You can bring the indictment in Florida because an overt act of the conspiracy occurred there. Maybe several overt acts of the conspiracy occurred there. You don't have to have a all-blue jury in Washington, D.C. that has Trump derangement syndrome. So this has been going on behind the scenes. I've been working on this. I decided tonight to get some of this out there. I've been talking about in my show. This is a really big deal. Now, who becomes a special prosecutor? How far ranging is it? That's to be determined by the scope memo that a Pam Bondi would write. But there is some work on a scope memo that's been done already. And there is an enormous opportunity for those of us who've been calling for accountability to see a path to it for the first time, a legitimate path, not smoke, not mirrors, a legitimate path to accountability.
Also, let me just ask you on this conspiracy, does that mean, because people talk about the statute of limits and you can only get Brennan for perjury, lying to Congress, right, that you can't get him for everything involved in Crossfire Hurricane, everything involved with the nullification project, the Russian hoax. Are you saying by being a criminal conspiracy that's still ongoing that we can go back in time 10 years and still get Brennan and still get all these guys for more serious charges of conspiracy of a coup d'etat, sir?
That's how conspiracy cases can work. You can charge a series of events into a larger conspiracy and go back beyond the window of time that the normal statute of limitations for any single crime occurred. And keep in mind, there's also, prosecutors can make a very powerful argument that if you didn't know the crime had occurred because it had been hidden, the statute of limitations could actually reset for a period of time. But I think the most likely scenario is a large conspiracy case, and it starts in the middle of July 2016 when John Brennan walks into President Obama 2 weeks before, or a few days before Crossfire Hurricane's launch, and said, hey, we have this intercepted information that Hillary Clinton has authorized a program to make it look like Donald Trump's a Russian spy and Vladimir Putin is helping him. President Obama and Brennan knew before the FBI opened up on that information that this was a dirty trick by Hillary Clinton. That would be the first overt act. And then it would carry all the way through Ukraine impeachment. It could go into the FBI refusing to look at the Chinese interference in the 2020 election as one of the overt acts. They didn't want to help Donald Trump, so they ignored a potential counterintelligence threat. It allows for a very large series of events to be wrapped into a single conspiracy and all of them to be brought into the indictment.
So, what is he talking about in more detail? This is an article that I wrote on X. Disinformation, Russia hoax, can't be charged equals false lie. Now, before I get into covering this for you guys real quick, the date, July 19th, 2025, last year, is when I wrote this. And I wrote this in response to one of these ex-clowns that has been lying and misleading people and pushing propaganda to try to subvert President Trump. And that was Diligent Denizen. He was telling people that the Russia hoax is a distraction when it's one of the most important RICO cases in the U.S. history ever. But I'm not going to read this entire thing because it's long. I just want to highlight some points, and I'll drop the link in the chat. As a matter of fact, I'll drop the link in the chat right now for any of you that want it. So I just dropped it on Rumble, and now I will drop it on YouTube for you guys. And if you're watching on X already, it's in my highlights. You can go to the highlights, and it should be right below the "What is the plan" article. You'll find it there. But here's what Solomon's talking about, but in more of the legal jargon. To anyone and everyone claiming charges can't be brought against the architects of the Russia hoax, you're either misinformed or deliberately misleading. And let me zoom in on this. Make it easier for you guys to see as well as myself. The argument collapses the moment you understand conspiracy law and the legal framework of ongoing criminal enterprise. Now, remember, folks, I wrote this in July of last year. Just want to put that out there. The Russia hoax is not an isolated crime. It is part of a massive coordinated conspiracy, one that spans years, agencies, elections, and media platforms. It is the opening chapter of the largest RICO, Racketeer Influence Corrupt Organizations Act investigation in U.S. history, encompassing seditious conspiracy, espionage, treason, obstruction, perjury, FISA abuse, election interference, blackmail, and more, both past and future. Learn the continuing conspiracy doctrine. If you doubt this, study the continuing conspiracy doctrine. Look up U.S. versus Grunwald, 1957, U.S. versus Salome, 2002, RICO case, U.S. versus Dyna Electric, 2007. Key points. Conspiracy charges have no statute of limitations if the criminal enterprise is ongoing. And when crimes are continuously committed as part of that conspiracy, the timeline resets. Every cover-up, every lie under oath, every compromised official still in office, it all counts. The Comey 8647 hits a little harder now, doesn't it? Understand the statutes. Seditious conspiracy, and then I go through here and I break down some of the main ones. I break down the legal elements for it, its application to the Russia hoax, and then I give you kind of my synopsis on, how plausible it is and how legally sound it is and why. And I do it for all of them. I do it for treason, espionage, the RICO statutes, the conspiracy to defraud the United States, and on. And then I'll go on and I break it down right here. Why are there still over 450,000 sealed indictments? Why did so many establishment operatives panic at the idea of Trump returning? Why are they still trying to sabotage his second term? And then I go through and I break it down even more, and I explain here the Epstein thing, because one of the things that these clowns and morons like Diligent and Coyote and Ian, all these people are trying to mislead people and weaponize the emotions of Epstein was, it's a banning and it's a distraction. And what I was trying to explain to people is no, that these RICO cases are going to come full circle, because one RICO sets the foundation and probable cause for another RICO. And this is what you heard John Solomon saying. You're going to see a grand jury here and a grand jury here because there's so many intertwining because you have this ongoing criminal enterprise. It's everywhere. It's happening right now. And sometime, according to his timeline, either the rest of this week or sometime next week, we're going to probably see a major move in that. And when it's all said and done, they got I talk about the Wiener laptop in here, talk about Andrew McCabe, the Clinton Epstein connection, right? Bill Clinton flew at least 26 times on Epstein's jet, documented by flight logs between 2001 and 2003. Despite that, no action, no investigation, no subpoenas were issued by the FBI under Mueller or Comey. Virginia Giuffre and other victims identified Clinton as a person of interest on Epstein's island in testimony. The FBI had flight logs, witness statements, sealed affidavits, yet the case was dormant until 2019. These things, all this stuff is going to flow in. And so anyways, like I said, I dropped the link in the chat if you guys want to see it. But again, this was, I didn't realize that got so many views. Right on. But that's back in July 19th of last year. And so again, maybe I'm just good at guessing. So let's wrap up the Clintons thing here. Hillary Clinton put, this is not about right or left. It's about right and wrong. She comes up and puts this bullshit letter that her and Bill put out there. It's a bunch of nonsense. And I just put child trafficking, selling out our special access programs, SAPs, the Clinton Foundation, Benghazi, Uranium One, the insurance folder is going to be exposed. Hillary Clinton, sincerely deplorable alpha, so she knows. And then, of course, we'll wrap it up with this one here. After Bill Clinton fails to testify in the Epstein probe, Chairman Comer announces the intent to move ahead with contempt of Congress proceedings. What U.S. president was nicknamed Eagle by the U.S. Secret Service? Does President Trump's Truth Social post have a different meaning? Maybe POTUS is just a 49er fan. What am I talking about? Bill Clinton's Secret Service name was Eagle. And when you go to post 180, dated November 21st of 2017, it brings it up. What U.S. president was nicknamed Eagle by the USS? Fly, Eagles, fly. Now, one thing I didn't catch, and Josh did catch it, is this goes back to Ed Martin. And Ed Martin had posted Fly, Eagles, fly. And so, again, kind of reinforces this. But the other thing that really caught my attention was this one. Eagles going down. That was on January 2nd. Now, if you remember, there was a lot of the windmills and the energy articles that Trump and them were putting out, but it was hawks. And me and Josh even talked about this on one of the decodes that we were doing. We're like, well, they're putting eagle in the title, but these are clearly hawks. This is actually an eagle. And this is the one where he says, Eagles going down. And again, I mean, maybe he's a 49ers fan. This was, he was going for the 49ers instead of the Eagles. I don't think so. Eagles going down, and where we're at right now, folks, I think that's where we're going. This entire section here is all Davos related, so we're going to bypass that, and we're going to shoot into the Bring It Home. I promise you guys some cool shit when we get there. Again, Commander Bovino, different badges, one mission, gearing up together, FBI, Border Patrol, HSI, ICE, ERO working side by side under Title 8 mission. This is a whole of government approach, unified authorities, shared intelligence, and coordination and coordinated execution. These guys are just, they are dropping, they're doing great work. And so let's take a look at this moto video, and then we'll land our plane. And with that, this one didn't download either, but it's hilarious, and I want you guys to see it. So I just had to switch formats to bring this up. Let me rewind it, and hopefully you guys can hear this if I did this correctly. You guys will like this. Let me go full screen.
I figured out how we're going to win the midterms and get rid of a bunch of Democrat voters. I just found out all Democrats are literally retarded. Can you believe this? Their average IQ is under 60. That's really low. What does this mean? It means they'll believe literally anything they hear on MSNBC. They're completely, totally retarded. They voted for Tim Walz, for God's sake. I'm telling you, this will work. Kyle, you gotta hear this one. It's genius. Pure genius. I'm gonna go on MSNBC and totally screw over the Democrats. What the hell are you talking about, fat ass? Listen, Jew, I'm gonna pose as a liberal snowflake who just graduated from the South Park Leering Center. You know, the place where they teach you how to cry about borders? I'll go on air like, fellow Democrats, I've done the legal research. Attacking ICE agents is totally justified under the Constitution. Rise up! What? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You're gonna trick people into committing crimes? People could get hurt. How do you sleep at night? Exactly. ICE shoots them or arrests them for felonies. Then they can't vote, Kyle. It's like voter suppression, but funnier. Besides, their whole position is that all crime should be legal. It's not entrapment if they were already gonna do it anyways. That's a terrible idea. There's no way that will ever work, and you're an asshole for even thinking of it. Is it a terrible idea, Kyle, or do you just want open borders? Why do you hate America, Kyle? That's not very cool.
This is MSDNC, or something, with a breaking update on the Minnesota situation.
Oh my God! The news is on, sweetheart! Tell your boyfriend to come watch!
Breaking news. A little boy from the South Park Leering Center says it's legal to assault ICE agents.
As a student of the South Park Leering Center, I am qualified to give legal advice. Democrats can absolutely physically attack federal agents.
Are you sure it's legal? That seems really, really, really illegal.
Of course they can. It's like the law or something. I leered that at the Leering Center. Are you a fucking racist or something? Is that it?
No. I'm not racist. Let them do whatever they want. That's totally fine.
That's good. The Jews write your paychecks, and they're totally not racist. Not against any race ever. Keep that in mind.
Wait, we can just do that?
So who here has a car? Anybody have a car?
Oh, I do. I have a car.
Great. Can we have a little chat off to the side? A little powwow?
Powwow? What do you mean, powwow?
You're not even in this episode. Go hang out with Elizabeth Warren or something.
That's fine. We're already citizens.
You know what would be cool? You should get in your car and drive at them. What are they gonna do? You're a white lesbian. Seriously.
Are you sure that's a good idea? They're arresting an illegal immigrant and I don't know what to do. How do we stop this?
Of course it's a good idea, you stupid bitch. Now get in your car, don't listen to any of their directions, and try to run them over.
Stop arresting that criminal. I have a legal degree from the Minnesota Leering Center.
Stop the fucking car. She's coming right for us. Oh my God. She did it. She actually did it. What a retard. I told you guys they're all retards. Yeah.
Listen, y'all know my humor is dark. And I know some people are going to be offended by that one, but I'm not. Let me get this position back up to bring it the way. Maybe I'm just tired. We're approaching that 2 o'clock hour. We'll be done here in just under 10 minutes. Folks, let me bring it here. Bring this back on the screen. Put myself back where it was. South Park, straight savage. Breitbart News, breaking: Peter Schweizer uncovers a birth tourism pipeline that could produce more than 1 million U.S. citizens born in America territory but raised in communist China, who will become eligible to vote in our elections by 2030. I need you guys to dive deep into this one. I just barely got wind of this, and this is concerning to me. So any of you that have the time to invest into this, anything you dig up, please let me know. And if you dig up enough and you feel confident enough and you want to come on the podcast to talk about it, I would absolutely love to bring someone on and have a conversation about this. Let me finish reading this so you guys know what I'm talking about here. In his explosive new book, The Invisible Coup, How American Elites and Foreign Powers Use Immigration as a Weapon, Schweizer details how Chinese elites have exploited America's birthright citizenship policies. For example, in the U.S. territory of Saipan in the Pacific, more than 70% of the newborns in Saipan are PRC birth tourists, parents who utilize the territory's 45-day visa-free visitation rules and the covenant of the Northern Mariana Islands to guarantee that their children will have American citizenship. The Manchurian generation, over 1 million Chinese with U.S. citizenship, could vote in 2030. This is fucking crazy. Like I said, I have not had the opportunity to dive deep into this. This is the first time I've ever even heard of it. But I am going to be sending it out to a couple of my counterparts to see if anybody has knowledge of it. And then, like I said, any digging you guys do in it is important, because obviously the CCP is a major issue And this just increases that concern that I have. Next, we have, I'm not going to play this video because it's just music and it's Chinese letters, but I'll play it just so you can see the visual while I'm reading here. This comes from the CIA because the CIA now has an X account. This video provides the full set of steps for making secure contact with the Central Intelligence Agency. Below are several considerations that must be taken into account before and during the process of making secure contact. The CIA wants to know the truth about China, and we are looking for people who know and can tell the truth. If y'all think I'm wrong about that kinetic conflict that's coming with China the end of this year, the beginning of 2027, why is the CIA putting out? I mean, I don't know. Sounds like they're trying to get some intel. Tells me something's going to pop off. And then, of course, we have Real Robert says, and here it is, General Michael Thomas Flynn, a 3-star United States Army with 33 years of service, 4 Bronze Stars, 5 Commendation Medals. We cannot move forward unless people are held accountable. They all know who I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about. Start with Obama and work your way down. And I think to encapsulate everything we've covered tonight in approaching 4.5 hours is we're about to come there, folks. We are closing distance on this stuff. So this video is not that long, but I do want to play it for you guys to hear. It's 2 minutes, and then there's no more videos until the closing out one that I have for you guys that I told you guys you would appreciate. I think you'll like it. So last video of content for tonight's show.
We cannot move forward. The nation cannot move forward. I don't care how good our how much Trump, adjusts the economy, and he will. But we cannot move forward unless people are held accountable. And I mean very, very senior people, and they all know who I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about, and I've said it many times. It's the start with Obama and work your way down, right? I mean, and maybe you don't throw a former president into prison, but maybe you do. Maybe somebody says, well, who directed you, John Brennan? Who directed you, Jim Clapper? Who directed you, Susan Rice? Under oath, under the lights, and with the threat of prison, okay? And so who directed you? Well, if they say nothing, okay, then that's fine. Then you're going to go to prison. You're going to prison. You're going to prison for treason, okay? Treason. That's a very strong word. It's a very strong word. And like all these pardons, right? These pardons, the only thing that can't overcome a pardon is treason, is the commitment of treason. I mean, I get called a traitor all the time, and I say, well, wait a second, so if I'm a traitor, why am I walking the streets, right? If I committed treason, why am I walking the streets? I was never charged with that. They dismissed my case because they lied, right? And so, you think Mueller and Wiseman, Andrew Wiseman, who was the deputy to Mueller, would have let me go? Had I was a traitor or that I committed treason? The treason was committed against me as not just Mike Flynn, an Army general, but the national security advisor by a duly elected president of the United States. The outgoing administration under Barack H. Obama committed treason. They committed a conspiracy to undermine a duly elected president, and it hasn't stopped. It hasn't stopped.
Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, John Brennan, Michael Bolton, James Clapper, James Comey, Susan Rice, Andrew Cade, Rob Rosenstein, Lisa Page, the Noors, Robert Mueller, John Podesta, Huma Abedin, Christopher Wray. I mean, long list of names, folks. And a lot of people that have come after the general, a lot of people that have come after Trump, a lot of people that went after Bongino and Cash and Bondi. You see a lot of backpedaling, a lot of people that are going to try to rebrand themselves as, oh, I was just concerned, in hopes that you don't pay attention and take advantage of your virtues and your forgiving heart. And I'll tell you guys right now, folks, write down a list so you don't forget. Write down a list of everybody you've seen that has tried to subvert the president or his cabinet members, because you're not going to want to forget those names. That brings us into this. Stephen Miller. Let me make this bigger so you guys can see. This is going to be my wild, just winging it, see where it lands. Because when I read this is what came to my mind. So I said, I'm just going to share this with my peeps. Maybe they see it or not. I don't think they're talking about Star Trek here. Stephen Miller puts Paramount screwed up royally when they decided to kill off Kirk in Star Trek Generations. William Shatner disagreed strenuously, but was a team player and outacted everyone in the film. But it's not too late for Paramount to make amends with Shatner and save the franchise. Do it. I feel like this is regarding the Charlie Kirk assassination, and they're utilizing the name Kirk here from Star Trek to have this. I don't think this conversation is aimed at any one of us in the public. I think it's aimed specifically at people that were involved in the orchestration of that in some capacity or another. It's kind of letting them know that not too late to make a deal. Do it! Exclamation mark. I don't know. That's my wild one for the night. I just wanted to put it out there. We'll see. Maybe I'm way off on that one, but nonetheless, it is what it is. And then, of course, right here, U.S. Department of Labor, we will never surrender our mission to put America first. From record stock market highs to rising real wages for American-born workers, President Trump's agenda is delivering for our nation. The best is yet to come, Patriots. We started off early in the show with that. We'll be finishing up the show with that. Never surrender. If we go off of the timestamp on this one, actually, we know we're going off the surrender on this one. Post 4496 dated June 22nd. Digital warriors ready. That's all of you. Surrender to none. Digital battleground. That's what we're battling all the time in this trench warfare. Where we go one, we go all. And then the last post before our video, our prayer, and the rants. Trump says Obama may have committed treason. Refuses to elaborate on specific charges. That's all the way back from June 22nd, 2020. And I just wanted to bring it right back up because what did you hear General say right now? Ain't no pardons, ain't no protection for treason. So with that, let me pull this off the screen. Let's get into the Rumble rants. We'll say some prayer, and then we'll call it a night. And thank you guys. 4.5 hours, and you guys went the distance with me. I appreciate that very much. And we got a little over 1,600 people watching on Rumble, a little over 3,000 watching on the other platforms. So just having over 4,000 people, close to 5,000 people watching right now, I just thank you. Thank you for giving eyes and ears to my work, and in mad respect for you guys. So let me share these Rumble rants with you so you guys can help me thank the people who did a little funding into tonight's show. Starting from the bottom, now we're here. Dollar from ZBM. Wait, Trump signing a bill to take away the power of the U.S. president to be able to command strikes on our enemies doesn't sound good. You're going to have to enlighten me, Alpha, because I don't know. Congress has always been the one that's had to declare war. Last time that happened was World War II. Every war since then has been through the manipulated system, the authorization of abuse of military force, and all that stuff. It's been exploited. And so what Trump is forcing them, you think of the old psychology of elementary school, reverse psychology, right? They're starting to talk with, well, Trump he shouldn't be able to go and strike the Houthis and go and strike Iran and then go and strike Venezuela. And now he's threatening Mexico. We gotta put it in law that it can only be done through Congress. And so what I'm saying is that's what Trump wants. So that when his presidency ends and other presidents come in, that the only way we're in any type of military conflict should one arise is that it's done the way the Constitution always intended, and that's through Congress. So that was the very short version of that conversation. Dollar for dollar, Keith O'Higgins. You never know what you're going to get with Keith. Here we go. Alpha, I wonder if Danny Bongos will ever address the arrest of FBI agent Jonathan Buma on Dan's first day in office. A 17-month investigation. There are no coincidences, lots of signal. I'll have to dive into that one, Keith. I'm familiar with the names, but I have to go and look into it. You got my curiosity there. Dollar for dollar, Keith O'Higgins. Alpha, you should post the show to Facebook with a thumbnail of Alpha. I'm saying, Hororarine. Touche. And then, of course, earlier today, Frodo Baggins taking advantage of tips via the Rumble wallet. If you guys are watching, that's right down over there on Rumble. And when you click on that little tip jar, if you don't have a Rumble wallet already, it'll set you up so where you can create one. So thanks, Frodo, for taking advantage of that and dropping 20 in that tip jar. Much appreciated, brother. Dollar for dollar, Redneck Renegade. Alpha, say a prayer. Sheriff had the roadblock both ways tonight on my way home from work. Passed the ambulance, lights off, and driving the speed limit. I'm assuming car accident or house fire. Definitely include that in my prayer, man. Dollar for dollar, Keith O'Higgins. I lived Nick since he went to dinner with Kanye. Oh, I liked Nick since he went to dinner with Kanye at Mar-a-Lago. He and Kanye are magnets for data collections on social sites for files to be used later in thought crimes. Could be. I am not opposed to that concept. $5 from a Koi girl, 17. Alpha, I never see you live. Much love from another 49ers fan. You need to see my comment on Michael Jackson on your last Death Con. All right, I will definitely see that, and I'm glad that you caught a live. Let me know in the comments if you're able to last the whole time here. Dollar for dollar, Keith O'Higgins again. In lieu of the ongoing RICO case or investigation about Epstein files, could the Gang of Eight be filled in completely on classified material with international intelligence agencies? Massey a stall pawn. It would be too risky for that. You open up operational security to too many people that you can't control. I would say theoretically, yes, but I would say practically, I don't ever see them going about it that way. $50 coming in from Buckeye 1968. Good morning, everyone. Praying that you all had a blessed day. Thank you, Alpha, for keeping us informed and educated. And thank you for joining us. 2 in the morning, just cost that 2 a.m. morning here on the West Coast. $10 from Karamaga. Thanks again for a great show. Thanks again for joining and for the support. $17, CAC coming in from Ravelin. I love every one of these late night streams. Morale uplifted. Thank you, Alpha. Oh, good. And if any of you are going to bed, sweet dreams, everybody. And last from dollar for dollar, Keith O'Higgins. Can we get a call sheet over under on the state funerals before our 250th birthday on July 4th? I'll pick 3. It's a great number next to the Killary count number of 17. A Kalshi over. I don't know about gambling and odds, all that stuff. Keith, you have to explain to me what a Kalshi is over under. I've never understood that. I'm kind of unlucky when it comes to gambling. And so with that, folks, let's bow our heads. And if you're somewhere safe, close your eyes, and I'll close this out in prayer. Lord, thank you for another day of life. Thank you for my family. Thank you for my audience, my supporters, my friends, my coworkers, this everybody you've put in my life, Father. Continue to guide me, protect me from my own ego, my own motives, to protect me from darkness that would try to use the gifts you've given me for something bad, Father. If I ever start to slip, I ask that you take it from me instead of letting me put out stuff that will hurt my audience. Father, there's people that are in this audience that have knowledge and skills, and I ask that you give them the courage to take the step forward to join this mission into fighting for this country, fighting for our kids, fighting for humanity, and fighting for your glory. Father, I also ask that you look over my health, my family's health, the health of my audience, and anybody out there that got bad news, that you let them know that the fight is not over, that anything is possible through you, and that you give them hope. Father, as we approach what's coming for this country, guide us to be calm, steadfast, brave, and courageous when needed, to face the evil that is coming. We pray and we ask all this in your son Jesus' name. Amen. With that, folks, that will conclude episode 514 of the AlphaWarrior Show, conversation with just Alpha. Stay tuned. At least one show I'm airing tomorrow, and potentially another Just Alpha. There will be no Just Alpha Monday night. And that's why I am debating doing it tomorrow. So just keep an eye out for that. So at least one show tomorrow, potentially two. And then Tuesday, you'll get me back with DEFCON and Operation Gladio. Everything will be as it goes. Just I have a commitment that I have to deal with when it comes to Monday night. So with that, you guys, I think we covered everything. I feel like I'm forgetting something. But $5 just came in from Kawi Girl 17. It's pronounced like Kawasaki Girl. Oh, Cowie Girl. Oh, because I ride. LOL. Seriously, the MJ comment is when you played Scavino's video. Okay, I will take a look at that comment. And Cowie Girl, cool. At a YZ450 or Yamaha. I did street and dirt at a 2009 Yamaha R1. And I plan on getting a street bike again once I get in the green. So with that, see, I knew I was forgetting something. We do have that cool closeout video that we're going to play. So with that, here's a very cool video I think you guys will appreciate, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. God bless. Semper Fi, first in, last out. Till next time.
Sometimes in history, there's this magic moment. Somebody appears on the scene and everything changes.
I am with you.
We've never seen anything like this.
I will fight for you.
This was a man who's met his destiny.
And I will win for you.
He said he was saved by God in order to make America great again.
His victory was the greatest comeback of all time.
You're watching history, so buckle up.
I don't think the American people have ever seen this before. A government that has moved this quickly and a president that has done so much when it comes to the border and energy and major investments from other countries. It's like warp speed.
47's on a hot streak, bringing head-snapping change to Washington, overwhelming the system with a volcanic eruption of action. Trump has a mandate from the people, and he's using it, and they're just getting started.
President Trump said on the campaign trail, success will be my retribution.
Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free. We're going to have one shot at this, and no other president's going to do what I'm doing.
America's back, common sense is back. He is keeping his promise to you, the American people. Inflation is down, growth is up. The numbers don't lie. The economy is soaring.
Lowest gas prices in 4 years.
And record tariff revenue.
The USA is on a roll, culminating in the signing of the One Big Beautiful Bill on July 4th.
The Trump economic golden age is full steam ahead.
America is back, thanks to the courage of President Trump, thanks to the leadership of his amazing cabinet, and thanks, of course, to our brave men and women in the United States military.
This is a message to the rest of the world. The days of ripping off America and Americans are officially over. Between the attacks on Iran's nuke site and the Maduro operation, the U.S. military recruitment at an all-time high. This president will go down in history as a peacemaking president.
Peace through strength, America's in charge.
And he's just got one filter, and that is America first.
Whatever they're doing, it's working. Zero illegal crossing, drug cartels frustrated, less crime.
We have the most secure border in the history of this nation. If you think we're doing good now, you just wait till this coming year.
The president isn't taking his foot off the gas in 2026.
It's a new year. The stock markets are already making new record highs.
The Trump archive are a series of near impossible feats.
As for the next year, the American people have so much to look forward to. The president will continue to build off of his historic accomplishments.